Hello and welcome back to the first round of the Orienteering World Cup 2025. We've already had two individual competitions here in Idre Fjäll in Sweden, but we are now going to be live bringing you two relay races. We're going to start with the women's before moving on to the men's, and it's sure to be a dramatic and head-to-head fight round all three legs of the two relays coming up today. It's a gorgeous day in the arena and a great start and finish area for the athletes to change over. It is the same arena where they've been finishing for the other previous two competitions. And after really tough and grueling long distance and very technical and challenging middle distance yesterday, it's about who still has the legs, has the energy to navigate safely all the way around this relay race. It's going to be very exciting, and this is obviously where we will see the runners go out into the forest and come back. They're basically doing a lap of that kind of open marsh area that you see over on the left hand side of your screen. These are the details for the women's legs. As you can see, the last leg is a little bit longer, but we expect them to be just over 30 minutes for each leg. And of course, they will have all the gaffles. They won't be running exactly the same course. Women have been warming up, getting into the starting grid. You can see they've all got their maps rolled up in their hands. And let's see what is on those maps. Jonas, why don't you talk us through the course?
Yeah, we start right out with a forking system. Course planner said it's quite dense there. Actually, when I took the look now into the train, didn't look that dense, but TV control 1 at control 3, then another forking system with very open forest after it until control 2. Here it should be very fast and good visibility. Then from here it changes totally. Visibility gets low again. Very stony in this area. Maybe not the nicest feeling you get as a runner. Common control again at 9, so there we have a TV control. This is the course now for leg 1 and 2, so there's another forking system coming after control 9 before we head then towards the finish. On the last leg, I think we're gonna see it now. It's gonna be a bit different. There's another control. This one is located a bit closer to the street, so it's actually an option to go out there. But it's not forked anymore. So on the last leg, if the runners feel that they have to risk anything, then this would be the leg to choose. 11, this is where the course is a bit longer compared to leg 1 and 2. Quite a different, difficult knoll in the green there at control 11 than 12-13. 12-13, they have been in this area just there yesterday at the second to last control. This is the course, yeah, as I said, quite changing between good visibility and bad visibility, many forkings, so basically you have no common legs on the whole course, except for the last leg then in the very end. This is a 3D animation from the very east of the course. Here it's supposed to be quite stony and bad visibility, which you of course don't see in this animation, so it's a bit misleading, but it gives you an idea about the contours. Yeah, but otherwise, well, as I said, visibility in this graphics very good. I think in the forest it's much lower than.
Yeah, absolutely. So 3 women per team, and it means, of course, we've got lots of nations with more than one team, which makes it very interesting. And as we see the top teams line up here, particularly interested in the Swedish team, Jonas.
Yeah, because they don't really set up as we thought they would. Tove Alexandersson, she already left Idre. She's going to be in high altitude training for the next weeks until the World Championships. Sara Hagström decided already on beforehand to not run all of the competition. So now we have Frida Wikström, Johanna Ridefeld, and Sanna Fast in this team. If you compare this team to the team they had at the last World Cup when we had the relay, then it was Hanna Lundberg, Tove Alexandersson, and Sara Hagström. So this would basically be the second Swedish team. Then, of course, we have Switzerland. Norway has a strong team. Finland,
Mhm.
they were good yesterday. They have a strong team as well. Of course, the fact that Tuve and Sarah Hagström are not running, I think it opens up a little bit because if they would have been in the team, they would have been the big favorites.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. It means that I think there's more teams that can pull themselves in contention. Second teams as well, we've got to remember that. But it is Frida Wikström who will lead out the Swedish team. Here she is. She will hand over to Johanna Rydefelt and then to Sanna Fast. So great to see her now into that first team. Paula Gross is the lead out woman on the Swiss team, 15th and 28th place, but they've got Natalia Gempler and Simone Abersold at the end. Ingrid Lundenes has had 2 top 10 results. That's why I think we should watch out for this Norwegian team. Amy Newmarm, an 8th place and then a 4th place in yesterday's middle distance. So they really do have a good set of results and potential between them. Lucy Semikova here for the Czech team. Denisa Kralova was the best of the Czechs. This is Ida Egve Christiansen. She'll hand over to Miri Tran Erdem and then her sister Marlin on the last leg. Jo Shepherd will lead out the British team. Grace Malloy and Alison Smithard in that group. The French team as well. Florence Anoe to start off, but Cécile Calandry, who took the bronze medal yesterday on the middle leg for that team, so watch out for her. She could do a really good job. This is Hannah Miller from Germany. And completing the top 10, Signa Surma from Latvia. But even though we've announced that kind of those first 10, we need to look further down the list to the likes of team number 25, Finland 2, team number 29, which is Norway 2, team 30, Switzerland 2, and team 31, which is Sweden 2. So we definitely can expect to see some of those runners up near the best of them. You can see there's just lining up in that little group there, ready to run out to the start point. As we can see, 40 teams lining up here, ready to go. Just a few seconds now until the start. So the other teams waiting and watching there, and the coaches, I can hear doing the countdown now. Just a few seconds to go. They will unroll their maps and get their first chance to see their course. There we go. Off they go. 40 runners, 40 teams on this relay. It's going to combine lots of different challenges in the orienteering. Some fast, some open bits. Oh, someone's down there. A few people down. And some really dense, really technical parts. I think this promises to be a really, really good relay full of technical challenges. It's one of the Czech teams, though, to go off first. That's Lucy Semikova. We've also got Sweden up there, Germany up there as well. They're going to be wanting to get a good position going out of the start here, but not, taking enough time to read the map and get the route to the first control, because there is a gaffle on the first control, and that's where you see them splitting up there. I think if you've got that first control A1, you definitely want to leave the path, but you can absolutely head down the track for quite some way if you have either of the other two. And then after all 3 runners have been round, they will all have the different first control. So ultimately, all the teams will run all of the options.
I'm not surprised that so many of the runners choose to go and continue on the path, because I think it's quite good to all of the options to go straight. But it shows a little bit. You can see as well. It's very open forest here. It's not really what the course planner told us, but maybe that's coming closer to the controls. It's quite open, but it shows a bit what they experienced yesterday. They absolutely don't want to end up in a situation where they run parallel to the slope right from the beginning, and they're not very sure about where to go. So in the beginning, you can see it here. Many of the runners, they chose to go quite along on the path there. If you have B1, for example, it would be a good thing to almost pass Control A1 and then follow the contour into the control, but it shows a little bit that they try to really play it safe, which of course is a good thing as well in the beginning of a relay. But I thought that more of the runners would go straight.
Yeah, definitely. There's a few you can see taking this track here around this open section, and we can jump back into the forest on the different groups.
And still visibility good in this section. You can see that it's not that hard to spot the other runners around you. But now when you get closer to the control, I think then especially the second control here where it's many re-entrants, it's kind of reminding me of a few of the controls from the middle distance. Then I think around there it should be a bit denser.
Yes, and things just get kind of hidden. You can be so close to the control, but if you don't spot it, then you're just too high or too low. It's everything kind of looks the same, and you can't see far enough to see those bigger features or see the next feature over in order to check you're making,
I
there's maybe
think
a parallel error.
But I think it will be less of a problem in the beginning of the relay because you have so many runners around you. We saw many times in the races yesterday and in the long distance that the runners were very close to the flag but didn't see it. I mean that's not really the case if you have 15 other runners with the same forking around you that can help you spot the flag. I think that risk in the very beginning of the relay is very much lower. But of course you can miss a control by a few meters. But just within the circle, I think it will be trickier on the second and third leg. We didn't see any bigger problems so far. France is going. I was a bit afraid that they would stay too low, but they got the control good in a good way. Norway and Finland on the way to the right forking, so that looks good for most of the teams.
Yeah, looks not too bad. Of course, there's many more teams in the forest than you can see on the GPS tracking here. We can see how, getting a sense of these drone shots, just how many people there are in the forest, how people are kind of going all of those different routes, how you really have to do your own navigation. And you don't know, of course, because you don't see the multiple options on your map. You just have your course. You don't know which controls everybody has and which controls you split up. So you just have to do your own thing whilst also being aware of everybody else and kind of using them to like keep you pushing, and you kind of need to be aware of anyone dipping down into a control as well whilst also doing your own thing. It's really tough.
So you can see now Switzerland and France heading to the C control, Sweden to A. They have to climb a little bit. Yeah, maybe a bit low there, Sweden. I can tell you as well, one team had struggles at the first control, that's Germany. So they're a bit behind the other teams with GPS devices. They got their control quite good. Spain a bit off direction, but they will still be together with Switzerland at this second control.
Watch out for
Yeah,
Sweden though,
Sweden, yeah,
because
still,
Vikström needs to climb a lot.
yeah, as I said before, they were on the way a bit too low, or not a bit, quite far too low. That's actually 15 meters they have to climb from there. Now I think she might have spotted the pond a little further ahead.
So we
Here we're
wait at
waiting.
the third control. Here they come already. Remember, our GPS is a little bit behind the runners. This is France and
Switzerland,
Switzerland.
second team, Ines Berger.
Another of the French teams.
Here we have Switzerland's first team,
Yep, that's
Denmark,
Palagos.
Norway, second team, Spain.
Yep, here Youngvik. That's also
Sweden
Swedish
got the
second
control
team.
now, but it will take another almost a minute.
Swedish third team. Yeah, there is 3 Finnish teams. It's a Japanese team. Danish team through as well. That's the second Swedish team there. Andreas Svensson.
But Sweden first team, they lost a lot of time.
Mm.
They're about a minute behind now. They should be here. Yeah, here
Yeah,
she
here she
comes.
comes. Looking for the blue and yellow kit. Punching the control just now.
You can see it's, of course, it's a bit more difficult now because there are not many teams around that group anymore.
But as you look into the distance, you can see how open this section is at least, and you can
Yeah,
see there's those runners ahead. Let's have a look at this mistake then.
too low. I mean, it was quite a long control from A1 to A2, so you had to be careful when you left the path there, but she stayed very low. She almost passed that marsh there on the terrace, so there would absolutely be the chance to kind of relocate. You can see it's very, very open forest here.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be quite a tricky control because it's so flat here. You really have to be on your compass, and the controls are
Yeah,
fairly close together. It's a bit, the
I mean, the
visibility is good
open
though as well.
marshes.
So yeah.
Yeah, the open marshes are so good visible, and I mean it's very flat. It's hard to hide the flag somewhere here.
Yes.
You're gonna see it from quite a distance, and you have if you see E, there's an open marsh, and you can see how good visible they are in the terrain. If you have F, there's an open marsh just behind. So I think actually the D control is the most difficult one, but even there, if you had a little bit to the south. You have this yellow marsh that's almost leading you to the circle. So if you have that one inside when you run towards the control, it should be possible to get this one. So I don't expect them to do so many mistakes here. But Switzerland, the second team, has to be a bit careful there. Now she's turning.
Yeah, most people going round this marsh. Norway too at the E control, no problems. First Norwegian
Finland,
team also has that one.
Finland. It seems that they are heading towards this, yeah, small tail of marsh going towards the D control, but I think they're following the others a bit too much now.
Switzerland 2 on the way to the D control as well. Czech needs to be careful as well because she just needs to keep rounding. That seems like it's okay. And yeah, you can see Sweden a long way down then after that mistake at the second control.
Yeah, the tail is 15 seconds, so it's
Yeah.
about a minute. But of course, she doesn't have as many teams around her now.
Small
But
miss
she's
for the
on.
Danish team at F.
Mhm. I mean, Sweden is now on this open marsh. She should be very well aware of where she is at that point. And as I said, now when she's heading into the white there, if she looks to the right, visibility is so good, she's going to see that yellow marsh. So I don't think that control should be a problem for her. There's someone at the wrong fork in there, Australia. They have to go back to the E control. They're quite far off though. That's not, she's heading towards F
Yeah,
now.
it's very tricky.
Good
Oof,
start for
so close.
France. Very good start for France, actually. And when we think that they're going to have Cécile Gallandry on the second leg, that could be quite a good option there, at least until the second leg. But it's the tricky controls, they're still about to come.
I really want to know what has been going on in the French team because they've been doing so good in this competition in this World Cup. What the difference has been made, whether they've been doing a lot of training camps in a terrain like this, or they've changed any of their coaching setup or something, because they're really running with a lot of confidence here, and it's paying off. So behind Spain here, looks like Anna Isabel Toledo. And we've
In the
got
French
Norway
team,
and Switzerland.
quite many of the male runners of the French team, they live in Sweden or they are here in Scandinavia. They are in Scandinavia for quite a big part of the year. Luca Bassi has been living here for a while. Mathieu Perrin is here every now and then as well. I think Quentin Moulet is living here as well. So yeah, they're used to that kind of terrain.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we can see the different controls here. They all kind of bunch up together on the way from the previous control to this one, and then they have to kind of split up again.
France
But
going off
F,
direction there now.
yeah,
Don't
France
really,
has the
I
F
mean,
control.
that vegetation boundary should be visible. Usually it's a difference in how old the forest is just there. So when we saw before, it looked quite big trees. I guess that on the right side of this vegetation boundary, the trees are smaller. I don't know really what she thinks where she is. She must think that she's further ahead on the spur there, following the vegetation boundary towards the control. But if that's the case, then she's very much off regarding distance.
So behind the Swedish team,
Yeah. Few
one of the
teams
Swedish
there
teams.
with E that are following the D and the F option. Someone has to turn a little bit soon, but they got help from this marsh, the yellow marsh, just in the circle, so it should be doable as well. Denmark's second team now. Oh no, it looked like the second team. Norway now got control over this situation. The second team, France, is totally off. I think
You can see she
she
stopped.
she believed that she followed the vegetation boundary where Switzerland's second team is towards the control, but she didn't go far enough.
And it's suddenly strange when you find yourself completely alone in the forest. You can probably hear all the runners to the north. This is the sixth control, and it is Switzerland 2. First one to make it here. Oh,
And three.
three even.
Yeah.
That's Alina Nigli. Then Switzerland 2, Ines Berger. Then Norway 2, that's Pia Youngvik, as you can see there. So we're at control number 6 now. Finland
Good start.
2, Annika
Good start
Riemer
for
as
the
well
Swiss
from
teams.
Estonia. Yes, very good.
Three teams, top
And for
four.
Spain.
The interesting bit will be how far behind Sweden is.
That's Ethan Dongen for the Netherlands. His British team, his A Swedish team.
That's
It's
the
not
third one,
the
I
first
guess.
team. Yep.
Yeah.
In fact, it's a mixed team. Here's Latast, but that's the second French team. Of course, we know it's Florence Arnault making the mistake for the first team.
There she was. 46 seconds behind. We're still waiting for Sweden. Frida Wikström, here she is. Yeah, it's almost exactly a minute. So it has been the same gap now for a while, basically from the second control to here.
Yeah, we've seen the first Norwegian team through, but they came through.
You can see in the picture, it's now getting more dense, and here we can really feel how it tightens up in the forest. There are green bits suddenly. We haven't seen that so many times throughout the weekend. These open, semi-open cutting areas. Yeah, I don't think the orienteering here from 6 to 8 is so enjoyable as it was at the first three controls. Visibility gets lower. It's much more stony, as the course planner said. So now you have to be careful. Switzerland 2 heading a bit far towards H. I have to go to G. Still looks good for most of the teams here. There is, I think it's only Norway that have the H control.
But yeah, Norway very close to control now, just dropping by the marsh in the green.
Switzerland 1 seemed that they were hesitating, but now going towards G control. Norway's second team seems to have control over the situation, heading towards the I control.
Oh, Switzerland 2 now, just going a little bit too far, possibly.
Yeah, they're just they're just a few meters beside the control.
So close to the control. And there we go. Going further back around now.
Yeah, and now It's interesting to follow Sweden, the first team. She's heading a bit far towards the age control. There are not so many teams around there. I mean, we have the Ukraine there, France, Great Britain, which we haven't in the picture, so she's not all alone. But she's heading definitely to the age control. She's gonna lose another 15, 20 seconds on this one if she gets control straight away. Now she's continuing. She should get to the stream here. Here she has to stop.
Yeah, she's only one kind of keeping going there compared to all of the others, which you
Yeah,
kind of can't see in the picture.
Denmark is going and Ukraine into this direction as well.
They are now, they're following Sweden.
Yeah, now Sweden turns. I think it seems that the G control is the most difficult one, even though we have this small track part. They're just on the circle of F and G. But you can also see that many of the runners have been so close to the control without seeing it. Now she got it. Look ahead, many heading towards the I control. I think Finland should have G.
Yeah, Finland does. So too does Switzerland too.
Yeah.
So they have to loop around.
Yeah, so Switzerland too a
Estonia
bit
going to
in.
G. Yeah, I think, and Finland as well.
Yeah, Switzerland too a bit in danger, but looks as if she has control now over direction. Sweden has gotten the G control.
Yeah, quite a few of those teams losing time by going to that other control. Very tricky. Anyway, we wait by the next control. This is number 9. Watching the teams come in. It is still Norway, and this is Pia Youngvik. That's the second team from Norway. That
And
is
it's the
also
first team
Paula
for
Gross
Switzerland.
from Switzerland.
Mm-hmm.
Very good start for Switzerland. They've got Natalia Gempler and Simona Abersold still to come. Here's Finland and another Swiss team. So this is Inka Nurminen for the
Third
second
one.
team, and the third team for Switzerland, and the first team for Norway. So of the first teams, Switzerland and Norway in that group. And now we have a gap. This is a lot of these women had the eye control.
It's Finland, I guess. Amy Nyman.
Yep, this is the first Finnish team. See, she's just refolding her map as she's kind of the first of this leading group. You can see just how many rocks and things there are, these athletes having to scramble over. So second Danish team, Estonian team still up there. Lisa Matlin, that mixed team. Can grab a drink here as well. This looks like Joe Shepherd on the British team.
We're still waiting for Sweden. We know it has been a minute at the last TV control. Definitely more because she missed out on control 7. And now she does this. She's not very quick into 8. She has been hesitating a bit before, but not really a problem in the circle. Denmark overshooting
making a
that
big
8
mistake.
control. Yeah. But it's going to take another half minute until we have her at control 9.
So now a longer section here in some of these semi-open areas, bits of marsh, some of these smaller hills as well. And then this control actually is very close to where the athletes have been before on the end of the middle distance race. So that area should be a little bit more familiar to them. As you can see, these two controls actually very close together. So, and kind of obviously equal distance away from that 9th control. And as you can see, we've got 2 groups there. We've got the first 5 and then a big gap back to Finland 1. And they've gone in a group, as you can see, 2 different groups, 2 different ways through to the 10th control.
Yeah, but I mean, this control here, you have these open areas with the vegetation boundary. You have two of them. Actually, if you have the J control, you can either go as Switzerland 3, stay a little bit further to the north, then follow this first the cutting area here, then the next one, and then into the control. If you have K, I think it's better to go as the group. The bigger group goes now. Go in the open area, then out on the path, and then read your way out towards the control from there. You might even take a glimpse at the second cutting area, open area, but stay a little bit to the south anyway. This
Okay,
is the
let's
replay of,
highlight the problems for Denmark and for
yeah.
Sweden, both of them having the G controls. So going to H first, and then both of them going through I, a bit more direct here. Sweden finds the control. Denmark, though, with problems. That's Idre Christensen. And then actually both of them having
Mm,
problems to control number 9. You could see that we actually just
I,
saw Frida Wikström through there, over
I mean,
3 minutes down.
she must have thought that this pond and the marsh there is the marsh leading closer to control 9, and followed it a bit longer and then went to the other side. But at the same time, it would have been better to just go a bit southwest between the pond and the marsh with the black color around, because yeah, then you would have a better entrance. So now they're going towards this control. We don't have the forkings in this picture now, but you can guess that Switzerland 3, they must have J, otherwise it doesn't make sense to go up there.
Oh, no,
Okay,
they don't
they
have
have
J, they have
K.
K.
And it would, in my opinion, it would have been much better to stay closer to the red line, as the second group is doing.
Yeah, so
Quite many of the
Switzerland first
runners
team has
here have
K,
K,
Sweden 2 has
actually.
K, Denmark 2 has J.
They're
Can't tell which
following
Norway.
Norway second team a bit too much
Oh,
here. They have to be
yeah.
very careful now, Switzerland and Norway.
So
Only
splitting up here.
Norway,
Yeah, Norway
first
and
team,
Norway
that's on
2
a
have
good
J.
direction. But now they
Very good
change direction
direction.
towards K, so it shouldn't say anything more anymore. Yeah, that's a
When
chance for
these
the
two
second
controls are
group.
so close together, I think we can see a lot of mistakes here, I think.
Yeah, but that's a chance now for the second group to get closer again. I
Yeah,
mean, it's
definitely.
not
They've
a
stayed a lot closer to the line, shorter distance. They're doing a good job.
It's not a very big mistake, because they didn't start to look out for the control from where they were, but it's not perfect. You can see compared to the second group, they lost about 20, 25 seconds. So
Norway first team now in control, heading to the J control.
yeah, Norway's second
Everybody else
team
is
got the
okay.
control, so probably in the lead now. Pia
Yeah,
Youngvik.
definitely. This is a great performance from Pia Youngvik. She was 20th in the long distance, 30th in the middle distance. This is probably so far her best run of the competition. Looking very strong, and now obviously 15-20 second gap ahead of Norway's first team. Yeah, and pretty
From the
much that group that had a gap of about 20-30 seconds over the second group, all grouped back up again now.
and
Switzerland
from the
3
J
again looking good, Lena Niggli.
from the J control, it's the exit is much more convenient. You get the open marsh, you get wide forest. If you punch Control K, you have this green bit that's disturbing you a little bit. So many of the runners are gonna round it to the north as Switzerland third team. But then the control itself, it should be rather easy. You have these ponds, and then you have the open marsh. So I guess the control there is very good visible from quite far away. At the J one, of course. The K one is a bit more difficult, but even there you got the open marsh to the east of this white bit. So, well, those controls shouldn't cause any problems.
Ooh, looking back at control 10, Denmark 2, going to the wrong control there, having to relocate and drop down to their
Mhm.
actual control. One of the only
And
teams
further
doing
back,
that.
actually, Sweden not very good direction either this time. Towards the 10th control, not in the. They would come into the picture now, if we would have them on the screen. But yeah, they're on this open area just to the east of the 10th control. A bit far to the north. I'm a bit afraid that they will get too far onto this hill just at the J control north of it. Looks better
Norway
now.
2 still looking good at the lead. I mean, this is now an easier part to go through to the kind of that last common control, because you've got that big, the open section. See if we can pick her up. And kind of see some of the edges of the marshes where it opens out a lot. And then maybe this, you can kind of see a section winding its way through the middle of your screen where it's the open part, very close to control number 12. Control 12 in the middle, I think in the middle of your screen right now. It's hard to match up the aerial view with the map, but they will head down
right.
then out into this marsh at the bottom of your screen, pretty much on the way to the last control. Should be fairly straightforward. They've all kind of run here into the same direction on the previous controls. They should come up the right hand side, as you can see it there, of the marsh, the open section, and as you can see, they are doing just that. So there are the leaders. It should be Norway 2, Switzerland 3, I think. They go around the edge of this open area, the edge of this marsh. They will go to pretty much the end of the marsh itself, and then climb a bit up onto the hill. Just go straight to the last control, which is the same as it's been the rest of the time. See, they leave the end of this open area, the end of this marsh now, start climbing. You can see trees very spread out now. And at control 12, you can see the teams ticking up now. So we had Norway 2 and Norway 1. Then Switzerland 3. A few runners very close together there. Again, still a good job for Estonia. So we've got the Norwegian teams coming through here. Soon be able to pick them up, I think, hopefully with our running cameras at the last control. And here we are behind Switzerland, behind Finland. I think it's another Swiss team as well.
Yeah, the second and the first team. Paula Gross and Ines Verche. So we're in the group 45 seconds behind.
Yeah, this is 4th, 5th and 6th place here, these three athletes, as you can see, climbing up just to the last section. To pretty much climb to the top of the hill. And this is the last control. You can see the runners coming through. This is Pia Youngvik. Oh, yes, I was going to say we could see two runners there, but I think one of them was the running camera. But this is Norway 2 with Pia Youngvik, going to be the first to change over. She will hand over to Anna Dukorn, who's had 2 top 20 results this competition so far. This is Ingrid Lundenes. She will come into second. This is Norway's first team, going to hand over to Victoria Hestad Bjornstad. So, I mean, Norway doing a fantastic job here. It's going to be Norway 2 changing over first, then Norway 1, the two of them within sight of each other, coming up through the run in here. Great work from Pia Youngvik, who I believe has been selected for the World Championships, I think. And crossing the line, she's going to hand over there to Anna Dukorn. And this is Norway's first team, Ingrid Lundenes. 2 top 10 results from her this weekend already. Going to hand over to Victoria Hestad Bjornstad, who was 6th in the long distance. This next is the
Alina Nikli.
third. Yeah, Alina Nikli. This is the third team from Switzerland. And Elina Nigli will hand over to Annick Meister. Great job there from Elina Nigli. Here is Finland one. We've also got Czechia up there as well. We've got another two Swiss teams, the second team followed by the first team. Lucy Semakova really fighting hard here, pulling up a few places at the very end to hand over into fourth place. And you can see there, 48 seconds down. In fact, she has had a great finish there. There's Finland and there's Switzerland 2 and Switzerland 1. Another of the two more Finnish teams here. This is the third and the second team. In fact, one of them's a mixed team. That was Elisa Matala on the first leg there.
And the interesting question now is how big is the gap to the Swedish team, to the Swedish first team at the last TV control? It was about 3 minutes. I think she had quite a good finish here towards control 11 and 12. So let's see if that gap has been growing. I think it will be around 3 minutes.
Jo Shepherd there handing over to Grace Malloy, who is now based in Sweden, Jo based in Norway. This is a mixed Estonia-Denmark-Norway team with the Norwegian Gerald Runningsund. Going to hand over to her Danish teammate, Alberta Kai Nielsen. Another Danish runner here. This is Hedvig Valbjørn Goodison for Denmark 2. Saw Denmark first team having some troubles. This is the third team from Denmark, Ida Øbro, handing over to Lotta Jahojärvi Markussen. This is Spain, and this is France. Remember, France had such a good start. Florence Anoe then troubles at the fifth control.
Still no changeover for Sweden. Should be here soon in order to not lose much more time, but a gap of 3 minutes in this kind of terrain, that's a lot. You can see that's what I was talking about to the 10th control, not perfect there. You can see Sweden's second team doing a big mistake as well.
I think we're going to hear from the leader.
And here with Pia Jungvik of Norway into the first into the exchange. Of course, how was your experience of the leg?
It was a really tough course and a lot of forkings all the way. So I just tried to focus on my own orienteering and execute every control in a good way. And I think I did a almost perfect race.
Did you feel in control all the way?
Yeah, I did a small mistake in some forkings, or I started to follow the others when I should have gone another direction. But I managed to get to stop and to find the way to my control.
And you just beat teammate Ingrid Lundernes from Norway 1 with 15 seconds, I think. How was that?
That's really cool, and I think we have a really strong Norwegian team right now, and we had some tough days, some of us, so it's really good to end it or start the relay this way, and I think the girls will get the confidence out on their legs as well, so it's going to be good.
And the rest of the team is Anne Dyrkorn, Mathea Kløsen. Your thoughts on your chances?
I think if both Anne and Mathea does a good race, I think it can be really good, but yeah, I think maybe the first team has a bit stronger finish, but we will see. It's going to be, it's the orienteering that counts. So if they do a clean race, it can be really good.
We'll see. Thank you, Pia.
Thank you.
So Pia Jungvik first at the changeover, and let's then have a look at how the start of the second leg has gone. See these routes taking quite a long time on the track. Nobody having too many problems there. Quite a lot of the teams with the B and C controls.
Yeah, looks good for most of the teams here. Can give you the information as well. Sweden changed 3:35 behind the leaders, so there was another half minute added to the gap. Switzerland, they lose a little bit of time here.
I was going to say, you have to watch out for Finland has the B control and Switzerland has the B control. I think Finland not in control here. This is Ida Happala, had a great run with 9th in the long distance, really struggled on the middle distance though. She was in 43rd, and she is going to the World Championship. She's the only one here who has been selected for the championships. Finland has selected their full team, and most of them choosing to stay in Finland for those champs. And yeah, this is a big mistake here.
Yeah, you have to be careful as well.
A lot further high up.
We don't really see the first and second team. So the Swiss team that did a mistake there is not the first team. I think it's so hard to say from this one here.
Oh yeah, even on our screen we don't have the numbers. We just have the countries. We have a separate GPS screen we can look at. It just has the countries anyway. This is Victoria Hestad Bjørnstad, and she's doing a great job. She's had a really, really fast start and has pulled a long way ahead of the others.
There's some mix-up even with the colors, so it's very hard to say. But I think that the Swiss team making the mistake to the B control, that was the second team with Sophie Bachmann. I can't be 100% sure. Here's the Finnish team. And
yep, another Swiss team and the Czech team. No, this is I think this is Teresa. No, this is Denisa Kralova.
Yeah,
had a great result yesterday. Yep, Finland 1. Next Meister, this is Switzerland 3. Now this is second Norwegian team. So Norway won, 36-second gap, and then basically the next 4 in a group. This is control number 3, so then we can follow the runners here. This looks like Victoria Hestad Bjørnstad, I think, on her way to the next control.
We still haven't had Switzerland to the control. Here is Natalia Gempele. So actually we don't have her GPS working.
But this is the leading team. This is Norway, a lead of 36 seconds at control number 3. She's really, like, the speed is really high here. You can see
you can see how good the runnability is. You could almost play golf in this part of the forest.
Yeah, just like you're running on a track. It's so fast. The visibility is good. You can see just how far you're able to see. You can see her kind of looking up. You can see she's got lots of time to look at the map because the ground is so much more even than it is in other parts of the map. And you can see all the hills, all the fells in the distance as well. Takes a good couple of seconds look at the map each time. Really needs to get her her compass bearing looking good as well. Let's highlight Finland 2.
They have to go to the B control. That's what we've seen. That's what we've seen in the beginning. We're heading towards C. Struggled a lot. I mean, she's at the stream there. Should be possible to relocate. Gets a bit nervous. Doesn't really think that she has to climb up that far to the control.
Is this Czechia? I think so. Yes. This is Kralova.
Now at 3 minutes since the first punch at the TV control. We haven't had Sweden there yet.
No, it was about 3.5 minutes at the changeover. So we saw Czechia in the picture. This is also Ida Happala.
I think we're going to hear a bit from Frida Wikström from the Swedish first team.
And I'm here with the Sweden's Frida Wikström. Frida, you made some mistakes during the race. What was your experience of your first leg race here?
It was not so good. I did some mistakes in the beginning, and I felt that I fell back in the field. So I was always like pushing to tried to come and catch up some runners, but it was hard because it was tricky orienteering, and I think the forking was it was good forking because you were quite alone sometimes, so it was tough, and it was like this is a quite new experience for me, so I was very nervous, but it was also very fun to get this opportunity.
Your thoughts out there racing, knowing that you lost at times. What did you say? Any swear words or something?
Yes, at the second control, I felt like I just wanted to scream, maybe, but I tried to calm down to just find my focus again.
And your thoughts for the rest of the relay and Sweden won?
I think I have good girls coming after me, but not the start maybe that I wanted to give them, but I think they are really strong, so it will be interesting to follow.
We'll see. We'll follow it. Thank you, Frida.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear actually from one of the teams that struggled there and what was happening with Frida Wikström. Both of the two people we've heard from have mentioned the forkings, they've mentioned the gaffles, and there are quite a lot of them for World Cup relay. Not many common controls.
The thing that's a bit special is that you don't have a common leg. So you have common controls, but then always after a common control, you have a forking again. I mean, except for the very last control, that's a common one. But otherwise, you have to be careful on every single leg in order to get to your control. And that's different to many of the relays we've seen before. I can also tell you that Swedish first team, they've been at the TV control, they lost another minute, so they're now 4:25 behind. But in the very front, I think this is the group here, chasing Victoria Hestad Björnstad with Finland, Switzerland, Norway, and Czechia.
Yeah, they're about a minute behind Victoria Hestad Björnstad, I think, now, from looking at the GPS tracking.
Victoria Hestad Björnstad really doing a good job in the lead. She's now going to the D control, into this area, to the F control, control 5. This area here where we've seen, Forest getting a little more dense again, but I like the way she's orienteering. She's heading towards this vegetation boundary, touching it, then now going to the spur, this hill, following this one, looks very controlled, very safe. Good orienteering.
Yeah, looking very kind of comfortable, picking up all of the key features. Doesn't look, but yeah, just being really definitive and having a good plan and getting into the control now. This is where now you see Finland, Norway 2 both have F, but Switzerland 3 and Czechia both have E, so they've really got to be careful. You can see Switzerland 3 already going left.
Norway starts to hesitate. She's close to the control. Didn't really see it. She won't lose a lot of time here, but about 10-15 seconds if she gets the control. Not 100% sure about that. Yeah, now it looks like she's leaving the control.
Surely she must have that control. This is French runner. This is indeed Cécile Calandry. Indeed, she's just behind Denmark and another of the Swiss teams. But Cécile Calandry taking third place on yesterday's middle distance. You can see the Danish runner ahead. And now you see here at control 6 just how much the forest has changed. As we see Victoria Hestad Björnstad through at the 6th control.
We're still going very, very good here.
And actually behind, just got to be careful. There's Switzerland 3, Czechia now taking a diversion towards control E, but it's taken them a while to do that, though. I think they will lose a little bit of time.
Yeah, but you can see that she really knows. I think she tried to stay with the other runners for as long as possible. Then she noticed, no, it can't be right to go in this direction. Then she changed her mind, heading more to the north, which of course was a good decision. And now we are waiting for the next teams to come to the TV control. We had Victoria Hestad Björnstad there a minute ago.
Yes, the gap has grown again for Victoria Hestad Bjornstad, Norway looking fantastic here. This is Finland, and it is Norway 2 with Anna Dukon. So Ida Happala for Finland 1, Anna Dukon for Norway 2, and this group here approaching from the other distance because they had the other control. It is Natalia Gempler there for Switzerland 1, Kralova from Czechia, and Annik Meister. So still Switzerland, really good job after the Swedish teams who, you know, would think they would do so well on this terrain and have done so
Are the
well
Swedish
throughout the
teams?
competitions. They've just struggled, and here they are.
Should be. This is Helena Karlsson, and I think just in the back you could see Johanna Riedefeld. They're together here, the second and third team.
And the first team. This is Riedefeld for
But
the
they have
first
quite
team.
a distance to go to the control. We know that they were 4.5 minutes behind, both of them. It's not
so
less,
they've still got to get to the forked control before we even get them at the TV control. See some rocks here in this terrain, slowing the runners down.
Interesting now as well, Norway getting close to the 7th control. Quite a tricky one, as we could see on the first leg, and then we have quite a big group behind, now approximately a minute behind, with Norway second team, Czechia, Switzerland, Finland. You can see it here. Norway now heading towards the eye control. That looks still very good. She was heading towards this small track, and then going to the stone, taking this one as an attack point, and no problems for Victoria Hestad Björnstad. Behind, you can see Switzerland. Not the best direction there.
Yeah, getting maybe stuck in the green. This is the 6th control, so we've had 7 runners through. Here's Denmark, Lina Sederberg, who was in the top 10 yesterday's race. This is Cécile Calandry. So these two runners both shown they had pretty error-free runs. Here's Sophie Bachmann for Switzerland 2. She was just outside the top 20 yesterday. Okay, let's take a look at some of these chasing runners then. These aren't the leaders.
Yeah, I can see
Great
another
Britain there,
not
Grace
perfect
Malloy having mistakes.
direction for Sweden. Heading towards more the F and D control, then taking a turn. Estonia with a big mistake.
Yeah.
Sweden then, that was good towards the E control. Yeah, they still haven't been at the TV control.
Yeah, this is the TV control number 6 here. I think we could see a British vest, possibly. This is the control in a small depression.
I can tell you as well that Finland did a mistake at control 7. Otherwise, I think the other teams of the group, they did quite well there. Especially Czechia, they're closer to Norway now. This is Denmark. Here you can see it, Finland lost contention, missed out on control H. It's interesting how they have different approaches between 6 and 7. Switzerland first team, Natalia Gempele, going to this middle green, almost following this one to the stream and then taking the hill to the G control. Many of the other teams are looking for this light green between the marsh and the middle green in order to get a small track leading to control G. And other teams, they try to stay on this cotton area in order to get a bit of help navigating to the control.
This is the 9th control. Victoria Hestad Bjornstad is still in a fantastic position. And then I think we'll see Czechia through next. We should do. But a pretty lonely run for Hestad Bjornstad. Who's struggling? Oh, Norway. Yes, Norway's second team is.
Struggling at control 8, so the one before here might see it here. So take a look at Norway's second team, Switzerland. I don't
So
think.
all of
Yeah,
these
that's the
groups have the
third team.
H. Mhm.
Yeah, and Norway just turned.
Too far left.
Yeah,
Too high up, and still not found the control.
so Czechia
This
less
is
than a minute now.
Kralova. Looked, basically did these, I think she had the eye controls, did these two controls really, really well.
You have to say, of course, it's a bit quicker if you have the I control compared to if you have the G control.
Yeah, it's a little bit shorter, I think.
Or waiting now for Natalia Kemperle. She had that G control. She was also hesitating a bit into it.
So Norway, Czechia, decent gap now. Here comes Natalia
Kemperle.
Gempeler. Switzerland won. Simona Abersold on the last leg. Gempeler struggled, I think, on both the races, I think, for her. 16th in the middle distance. And here is Switzerland 2, or Switzerland 3 even, sorry.
Yeah.
Looking for Finland, I think, approaching. It's actually Ida Handpaa, so mixed team, and then Ida Happala.
Really a competition between the two of them, how many A you can have in your name.
And then there'll be another gap as we wait for the next team, Norway's second team, who we saw making that mistake. You can see they're on the way to the 9th control. Chasing down after that, we've got Denmark 2, Great Britain as well. French team, they're the blue team around 8H. And then two Swedish teams, Just Punch Control 7, they're on their way to control number 8 now.
Yeah, and Norway has to go to the K control. So that's the one more to the south.
So here's Anna Dukorn. After having problems with control 7. She's now 3 minutes behind.
Could be Czechia, right? Yeah, hard to say.
Could be. Could be. They drop between all the marshes, between the higher areas, which are semi-open. This is next at control number 9, looking for Denmark.
Line Cederberg.
Yep, it's Denmark 2. And Grace Malloy, I think, coming up here. This is the British team. And back behind Denisa Kralova. On her way to the 10th control. You can see how the terrain changes, these semi-open sections, the bare rock as well.
It's interesting to see. We haven't seen that section before, really. So it's good to get a sense of the terrain here. This is the semi-open area. Just, well, a bit more than halfway through to control 10. Here's Cécile Galandry. She must have done a mistake somewhere. Dropping further behind. She was 2:43 behind at the... they were
she was with
behind the exchange.
Line Cederberg as well, wasn't she? She was with Denmark 2 and now dropped back to be with Denmark 3.
Still waiting for Sweden. Should come very soon.
This is Sophie Bachmann,
There she
Switzerland
is.
2.
That should be Johanna Riedefeld.
I think it is. And we knew the relay was going to be pushed more wide open with the absence of the 3 best Swedish women. No Hanna Lundberg because she's injured this whole time. No Sara Hagström. She said before the race she was only going to do 2 of the races. She was only going to do the individuals. She's still on a long journey back to full fitness from injury last year. And Tove Alexanderson not running either, the winner from the last 2 races. She has full focus towards the individual and the World Championships now. She's made the decision to go to high altitude training ahead of the World Championships coming up quite shortly. So now we can see the
You
teams.
can see not best direction for
Interesting.
Norway, and you could
No.
also see when you had this drone picture that the forest, it gets really young forest in this part compared to the one part before. And so there's really a shift in vegetation, making, of course, navigation with direction a bit more difficult. Czechia as well with a bit of direction. They might get
Yeah.
saved by the hill and then follow this passage
Gap
in
between the 2
between to the
hills.
J control. Yeah, you can see the mistake there. She thought that she probably thought that she was closer to control already. Does she
And
have
you
the
just
control?
have a
Not yet.
control like that,
Now
and
she
it
got it.
opens the whole course back up again. It opens the whole relay back up when you have a mistake like this.
That's not the control you're looking for, Natalia. She's not that far off, I guess. Should stay a bit more to the right.
Yeah, there you can go. She's just seen it now. I think that must be one of the either one of the
it's
men's
one
controls
from the
or one of
last
the
leg.
ones from the last leg. Yeah, I think so. That's the J control then. It's just been through. You can see running up the gap between the 2 hills. So yeah, really tricky moments there, and it brings Finland back, the Switzerland 3rd team as well. And Norway's pretty much lost all the advantage there. Although we've still got another few forkings to go.
Yeah, one forking.
Let's have a look at
This
what
is the
happened then.
replay.
Norway has K.
Yeah, she is doing a mistake on this 10th control. You can also see hesitation by Czechia, hesitation by Switzerland. They all get to this wrong control. They're a bit east of J and then start to hesitate.
And then it immediately, one control like that, and it completely changes this relay again. It brings the group much, much closer together, and it just can change everything as we are about to end the second of the 3 legs, go to the final runner, where again, there are so many mistakes that can be made, especially on this like latter section of the course as well. It's super, super interesting. We're behind one of the Finns here. Remember, there's a mixed team in this contention as well.
Not sure that's Ida Haapala here.
Crossing over the marsh, you can see, just opens up. You can hear the marshiness, the squelch of the footsteps.
There you can see Natalia Kemperle. Should be quite close to the control now, up the hill. And here it is.
Yeah, there's the control. That's the J11 control. 2 runners here, no problem. And there should be Kralova just ahead, I think, as well. Not sure whether we will be able to see her on the picture. The 2 of them now using these marshes, the edge of the marshes, to get to the next control.
No problems
Norway's
for Norway
found K.
either. At the K control, Victoria Hestad Björnsson. I mean, she had these struggles at control 10, but I still think she did a good job. She was all alone in the lead. She hesitated a little bit. She had the nerves to really stay, relocate, and then continue. So I think that's a good job here from Victoria Hestad Björnsson. I mean, the whole situation before this World Cup for her was a bit tricky. She was very disappointed not being selected for the World Championships. But I mean, she had good runs. She was very good in the long distance. Okay, yesterday was probably not her best run. She did a few mistakes as many others, but today, I mean, she proves that she definitely could be running a leg in World Championships as well in a relay.
So this is Natalia Gempler. There's Ida Happala on the right-hand side, and I think just in the distance you can see the Czech team as well, as Norway has punch control number 12. We've got the time up there. In fact, punched it 20 seconds ago. We know our GPS is a little bit behind real time, but we can follow Finland team and Swiss first team towards the 12th control. You can see suddenly how trees get a little bit closer, but there seems to be no problems here for these runners. There it is, that's the 12th control. You can see the Czech team ahead, and Natalia Gempler just checking her compass, I think, setting her compass there, slowing down slightly, allowing Ida Happala to get slightly ahead. So 30 seconds is the lead now for Norway. And you can see, yeah, still that 30-second trail. How are the teams behind doing? I think Sweden needs to be careful
Sweden did
here.
another
Further back with the
mistake.
J control.
They had done a mistake just before control 10. So did France. Basically, exactly the same mistake that Victoria Hesta Björnstad did.
So on the picture now, we've got, I think the Czech team just disappeared they're in amongst the trees, and we've got our running camera in the black, and he is running behind these two. There we go. We can see Ida Happala and Natalia Gempler, with Kralova just going slightly further up the hill as well. So this is second, third and fourth here on this relay, with the leading team, Norway, about 30 seconds ahead. We can catch them again on the drone shot. We knew they were climbing up from the marsh. We can catch them through the trees here. There they are. Czechia still ahead, but Switzerland and Finland closing down. Okay, this is the last control. This is Norway. This is Victoria Hestad Bjørnstad, and she's going to hand over in the lead to Andrina Benjaminsen. She started this leg in second place, did Victoria Hestad Bjørnstad, so she's pulled up a place, not completely clean, but she's had quite a lonely run out there and done a fantastic job to hand over in the lead. So advantage Norway, 2/3 of the way through this relay. Victoria Hestad Bjørnstad with another really stable race, and now handing over to Andrina Benjaminsen, who's had a third and a fifth place at this World Cup so far in the 2 individual races. Again, a very experienced runner, used to being in the Norwegian first team, used to taking podium spots individually. These are the chasers, about 30 seconds behind Norway. And you can see Ida Happala actually looking the strongest runner through there. There we go. There is Finland, there is Switzerland, and there is Czechia. Second, third and fourth ready to hand over. And for Finland, Ida Happala will hand over to Lotta Karhala, who's had an 11th and a 6th place. Then we will have Natalia Gempler will hand over to Simona Abersold. And for Czechia, it is going to be Denisa Kralova handing over to Teresa Roturier, who is there and waiting. Super tight after 2 of the 3 legs here. It could go absolutely anywhere with these runners. There is Abersold. 2 second places for her. She is the favourite amongst this group of 3. And we have second, third and fourth changed over now. This is, I think that was another Swiss team, maybe the third team. And we've got another team from Finland here. This is Annie Hanpa, but I'm not sure there's going to be a third leg runner to change over to. So they only have a team of 2. So it will just be this next team from Switzerland changing over.
Annick Meister should be third team.
Yep, handing over to Marianne Abbey. So 1:44 down. So no handover there. for the Finnish team because they have no third leg runner on their team. You can see another of the Swiss teams. That is Switzerland too.
Look
Sanna
at
Hotz waiting
Sweden
there for
here
Sophie Bachmann.
and France. They did kind of the same mistake as Victoria Hesta Björnsson. Took them a little bit longer to relocate. Then another small mistake here for Sweden to the K control.
Here with Norway's Victoria Hesta Bjørnstad. Victoria, you were first into the exchange here. You started out as second, going past Anne Dyrkon from your other Norwegian team, and then seemed to be going most of the race by yourself. How was your experience?
Well, it was a very good race, I would say. I only saw Anna at the start point, so I ran the whole course myself. And so I went into the mindset of the long distance and just picked each control and made sure to like really know where I am and where I'm going.
Did you ever sense the runners behind you, or did you just like had your head focused forward?
No, I started to imagine them at the 10th control because I did a minor mistake, and then the spooks start to come. But no, I never really looked behind my back, so I never saw anyone.
And you've created quite a gap for Andrine on the third leg now. What are your thoughts for the result for Norway?
Well, I think it's a very good position for Andrine to be in. She's really great runner, like independently of other runners. But of course, it's a difficult course. So we'll have to wait and see.
We will. Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you.
Yes, still lots of complicated orienteering to go. This is how the start of the third leg has gone so far, live with the runners through the forest.
You could see that Switzerland and Norway are together, but Norway got their control already, so they have been at A. Switzerland has still to go to the control, to control B, or almost together they were. There's still a gap between Norway and Switzerland, of course. Czechia choosing a different approach to first control, taking the path for a longer time. We've seen that in the first and second leg from a few runners.
So we've had Great Britain and Denmark in as well, and that was the Swedish second team. That's Helena Karlsson in. So still waiting for Johanna Ridderfeldt for the first Swedish team. These group here from 10th, 11th and 12th, now nearly 5 minutes down. We've also got Sophie Bachmann in that group as well. This is Johanna Ridderfeldt, and you highlighted on the GPS there, Jonas, there was a few more mistakes from this first team from Sweden. This is Sweden 2 here, and Alva Sonnesson will go out next. We have also got Sanna Hotz here waiting for Sophie Bachmann to come in. And we also have Denmark 3.
I mean,
heading
it
out
was
at this
quite
point.
it was quite a tough situation for Johanna Ridderfeldt. The gap on the first leg was really big already. It was that big that, I mean, she knew that if the others do a clean race, she would not just get in contact. Of course, she could maybe get 1 minute or 1.5 closer, but if they want to win, then she has to be attacking in her orienteering style. And I think when she got into the situation that she struggled already early out on the leg, it just, you don't get the flow, you don't really get into the competition, the relay mode, you don't really get closer, you're not able to overtake any other runners, and it's you get into this negative spirit that's very hard to turn around. We have seen really few relays where a team has been a bit behind and then come back on the World Cup level.
Yes, so hard to do. Yeah, you're saying you just try and fight and push it really hard and then making mistakes. So this is the third control. This is Andrine Benjaminsen, the leaders here on this relay from Norway. We can watch as she takes this control. Doesn't seem to have had any problems here. And if we remember, she had a 44-second lead at the second leg, the end of the second leg. It's looking good here. This is Johanna Ridderfeldt just doing a debrief there with Lena Strand, who's now part of the coaching team, former national team runner herself. And here is Simone Abersold, and the gap has halved here. 24
Yeah, I mean,
seconds now.
it can be a bit due to the forkings as well, so it's hard to say if it's really the speed. But I mean, we have 24 seconds. We know how open the terrain is from this point. I wouldn't be surprised if you actually could spot runners in front of you within, well, let's say 15, 20 seconds. So maybe the possibility soon to get an idea for Abersold that she's actually getting closer to Benjaminsen. This is the recap. You can see different routes executed by Czechia and Switzerland. They both have the same control. Control B, no problems for Abersold, no problems for any of the runners. Here we have Teresa Roturier.
Yep.
But she must have done a mistake somewhere.
Well, I think it was route up to B1. It's just she lost time there compared to Abersold.
Then she must have lost a lot of time because it wasn't really a minute, was it?
No.
So you can't lose a minute on that. She must have hesitated or did a small mistake there as well. But back with Benjamin, and that's what I said. I mean, you can quite easily see 15, 20 seconds ahead of you here. So my guess is that Abersold is actually going to get a glimpse of Benjaminsen.
Yeah, I think you are right. This is Marianne Abbey. Switzerland 3, still doing well here. Yeah, look, I mean, just look out into the distance, look how far you can see here, how much speed you can pick up. And here we have trying to pick up, I think is this Abersold? It looks like it's her running style, I think. Yep. On her way to the fourth control. I think alongside our running camera. It looks like
It'd be interesting if we would zoom out a little bit, if we could see Benjaminsen as well. They have different controls, good direction for both of them.
Yeah, that's Norway 2. Mathea Glursen has a late minute call up to this squad after Camilla Steva and Maria Olausson both out with injuries, but we are indeed behind Simone Abersold here, and she has punched the E control, and we try and look ahead and see if we can see Andrina Benjaminsen ahead.
I think it's easier in reality than on the screen.
Yeah. Especially now we've got a little small screen here. But both of them, no problems here, either to the E or the D control. Finland looking like no problems either. Czechia also looking good. Yeah, everyone looking good.
You could see the F control in the small picture with Simone Abersold. So then you get an idea of how far behind the GPS is. If we look to the right, it's so hard to see if we can spot Benjaminsen. Should be possible. This is Eva Hagen Jørgensen.
She won the B final for the middle distance and the women by about 7 minutes. It was really very strong run from her. But she's in 7th now. Should be seeing Britain through. This is Alison Smithard, and then you should see Sweden through very shortly after that. One of the best results by British women's relay team for a while on the senior ranks.
Very good start for Sweden, Sanna Fast. They changed over 5.5 minutes behind. Now she's about 50 seconds quicker on this first bit. I mean, we have seen that Abersold was a bit faster than Benjaminsen as well, but 50 seconds, that's really, really good. And now we can see that Switzerland and Norway, they're very close to each other. Have different controls though. But it looked that they were very confident so far in direction control taking.
Yeah, and if you imagine a straight line between their controls, they both absolutely bang on that straight line. It's really, really good orienteering here. Behind Dotta Kahala from Finland, we've got Czechia and Teresa Roturier just behind. She's trying to go through these flatter sections, through the marshes. See, Finland's got the E controls. That's the same as Simona Apersold.
After this fifth control, it's really where the tricky orienteering part starts. You've seen under the first and second leg, not that many mistakes on the first 4 controls. But then from the fifth control on, it gets more dense, it gets more stony, it gets more tricky to navigate. Now, interesting, Norway, I think, as I said earlier, that's a very good tactic to get and touch this vegetation boundary. You can also see that Simona Abersold was able to spot that very clear and open marsh on the way. And if she would be very unsecure about anything, she could just drop out to the stream. And it's much easier in this part to relocate than in the parts we've seen yesterday, because here, if you would miss F, you would still have the semi-open area behind. So you at max make a mistake of about 50 seconds. If you have the other control, you could go out to the stream and then back again. So you at max make a mistake of about 30 seconds. So that's kind of a difference to what we've seen yesterday. Now we're behind Arion Abbey.
Yep, Switzerland 3. You can see there, heading to the F control.
It would have been interesting to follow a bit more in order to get an idea about this vegetation boundary. My idea is that it has been an old cotton area with a bit of younger trees on the other side of it. Benjaminsen and Abersold.
Yeah. Abersold ahead, in fact. That's the 6th control. Alongside, I think, it's really one of the Brits from the second leg.
It's really here where the tricky part starts.
And they do have different controls. So Switzerland with H, which we've seen a lot of people struggle on, and Norway with G, which has that like little further control at 8.
A few people struggle on as well. I think if you have the
easiest one seems to be I think.
Yeah, if you have because you have quite a lot of time in the white area to get back and kind of relocate on the other side. The difficult thing with H is that you get through the green part if you take it directly, and just behind it you have the control, so you have no time to kind of relocate and see if you were able to keep direction through the green bit. An idea would be to drop a bit more to the south, kind of try to see the stones there where we have the E letter in E and H from Switzerland, and then get the control from there. But yeah, I mean, it's not a control you should miss very, very much, because again, you have to stream on both the direction you come from. So you get a clear line before the control. You also have the stream on the east if you miss it. So you can miss this control, but you shouldn't miss it more than 25 seconds. If you do a mistake, of course, you shouldn't miss from the beginning.
So Lotta Kahala through there into 3rd place, and I think that gap of the 2 leaders is growing and growing and growing. This is Sanna Fast, as she is on her way to the 5th control. She started, of course, very attacking. Here's Teresa Roturier, another 40 seconds behind Finland now. And I mean, it's so hard to know the impact as well of the gaffles of the forkings, just making some of the runners go a little bit further. Obviously, it's only the first common controls is 9. So after 9, they've done all of the gaffles. They've done all of the forkings. Marion Abbey there, having a great run into 5th.
This is a replay from 6 to 7 for the 2 leading teams. You see that neither of them struggle with the controls. Benjaminsen taking the stream there, the hill, quite similar to what Gempel did the leg before. Abersold getting a bit far to the west, but then she knew that she had to go to the east when she gets out of the green area, so no problem for her as well. Finland a bit far to the north.
But you can kind of tell she wanted to pick up the pond, then maybe pick up the next hill.
I mean, she definitely knows where she entered the green area. Maybe tries to round the green bit, the green part a little bit. Still quite a lot of distance to do to the eye control, so she has plenty of time to get back closer to the red line.
But for the leaders, no problems.
And as I said before, the G control may be a bit longer, a bit further away than H and I, because the thing is that you can't really run direct line from 8 to 9. If you have the G1, you have either go to the south of this marsh or to the north. So this is going to be a small advantage for Switzerland now.
And 8 is the last forked control, and they'll know, won't they, that the end of the relay there won't be any forkings. They know they'll have common controls.
But,
I mean,
you could still, distance-wise, you could still make a forking at control 10 if it's a very short one. So I don't think, or at 9, so I don't think that they know that it's finished just at control 8. Interesting was going to be if one of the teams decides to go out on the street from 9 to 10, as the course planner said, would be quite a good option.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see whether they're going to do that. So Glursen and Jürgensen both through in 6th and 7th.
Didn't have Sanna Fast here yet. She lost time again. Must have done a mistake to control 5. Yeah, there's one.
Yes,
actually.
yes. Small mistake in the circle at control 5.
Here she is.
Here she
Not the best direction either. And now she's back on the time, kind of the same time as she went out on. Or the
This
same
is the
gap.
9th control. And Simona Abersold with a small gap ahead of Benjaminsen. And the number of times these two have been fighting against each other on the last leg of a relay. I mean, they've kind of become so used to it now. But it was interesting as well to hear Victoria Heystad Bjornstad say that, and Gina Benjaminsen, she was glad to give her a gap because she likes running alone. And yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see these two, whether they go the same way to control the number 10, whether they go a different way as well. That's going to be super interesting.
Yeah, but it looks like none of the teams is going out to the street. If you do that, you should go straight north from the control. So my guess is that they go together same way to control 10.
And for those viewers who are not used to seeing like a World Cup relay, why are there no gaffles, no forkings towards the end of the course?
Well, I mean, it's not only in the World Cup relays. You shouldn't have forkings in the very end, because as a course planner, you try to make the forkings as similar as possible when it comes to time. So if you take this example in the picture from 6 to 9, all different options should be similar time-wise. But of course, you never manage to do that on the spot. So there is an advantage. There could be an advantage on the last leg by about 10 seconds. If you have that for one of the options, if you have that towards control 12, there would be no time to win back those 10 seconds. So what you do is you try to have it a bit earlier on so that there's plenty of time to kind of equalize the possible differences in workings.
Yeah, you don't want to suddenly have a forking right at the end when one of them is a little bit shorter than the others, and just because of the luck of that forking,
this is
it means that you're going to win.
There was a bit of a gap now between Switzerland and Norway. Seemed to be around 10 seconds. And once they get into the more dense area, it will be interesting to see if they still can see each other then.
So Lotta Karla still in 3rd place. And then there's a should be a group coming together next. So look at that, 2 minutes. Abersol and Benjaminsen really fast through these controls. They are such a class apart from the rest and keeping pushing. Here is, I think this is a team from the second leg. Yeah. This is Rachel Brown.
And here is Czechia. Lisa
Yep,
Routelier.
Mm-hmm.
Was the Swiss team coming, right? Third team, Mario Nabi.
Yep.
Still good, still going strong
Yeah.
here. And she lost time, but she's still in a very good position.
We should be looking for Norway 2 now. Mathieu Glursen. In 6th spot. So Switzerland and Norway out in the lead, and then quite a gap then back to Finland, and then another 3 teams chasing. But we're looking out for our leaders. Let's have a look here. What's happened to Denmark and to Sweden? So Sweden
mistake
here,
by
no
Denmark.
problems.
Is it Ivan Hagen Jørgensen in the second team?
Yeah, I think
no
so.
Problems for Sweden.
Maybe Finland too also having problems to H. So we're live now with all of the trackers. And Denmark, yeah, definitely having problems. Just not gone far enough to that G control. So live now here.
Not the best direction for Abersol. Looks better actually for Benjaminsen. Now she turns around. So she should be able, and we remember the pictures from the second leg where we could see Natalia Campbell stand by this control. Very open there, but should be easy to see the control, the flag.
Yep, and now climbing up a little bit, up to control 11, which is in the green. And this one's really tricky because it's going to be a bit denser.
Yeah, and we haven't seen that one before, so no one was in this area. If there would be potentially any tracks in green areas, there would be none here because no one has been there. You can see that the gap is actually big enough for Abersol to not be seen in the green, I would say.
I think so too. You can see the differences of the younger trees, the older trees here.
Green, just after this marsh here, the green area starts. So here we have it. It's very young forest. This is the
but
open,
not as dense as I thought it
scene.
was going to be. Oh yeah, I think you're right.
But it's still, so not exactly here. It's not green. Now she's in the green part. I agree with you. It's not very, very dense, but you can't see that many seconds ahead of you.
And you're on a little dot knoll looking for the controls, very small one. You can see just taking an extra look at the map here. Out into this section, this white section. But the boundaries as well between the, the boundaries between the white and the green are really hard to see as well. There's the control, no problems. And we look back, see if we can see Norway. This was the fall. These orienteers are kind of used to doing that, falling, getting back up straight away. I think you have to have no fear to run through these. They'll fall over lots of times in the course. It's nothing unusual.
I agree with you. I'm a bit surprised that this is, well, it's not that green as I expected. I think we've seen greener bits yesterday.
Yeah, that were marked as white.
Yeah, exactly. But I think it's because you have trees quite low. They're quite young trees. It feels denser, but seen to runnability, I mean, it doesn't slow you down really.
I know, and the visibility is not too bad either. So very interesting. But we can see on the drone shot the gap between the 2 runners now, and it's there. We can see on the right-hand picture we have Benjaminsen being followed by our running camera, and I think we're not sure whether we can pick out. Yes, I can see Simona Abersold on the left of the
Yeah.
picture, just going in a
And I
little
mean,
bit of a gap between the trees there.
It's only one control left, basically. That's orienteering, well controlled, and we head back to the arena to the last control. The last control very, very easy because you have this, you have almost a path leading to it.
But of course, these two athletes, they don't know where the common controls are. They don't know where the gaffled controls
I
are,
mean,
the forked
now
controls are.
actually,
So
the
yeah,
second to last control is for sure common.
yeah.
You can't have a forked one there.
See the gap between the two athletes, maybe closing slightly. It's all about, you know, being able to
I mean,
pace this
now
run and still having high speed at the end.
Benjaminsen has to throw it in all. She could stop, navigate, and just try to close the gap, because I mean, yeah, as I said, it's for 100%. It's 100% that it's unforked, this one. And if she wants to win, she has to close it now. It's not going to be easier when Absol can stop navigating as well. So the advantage behind now is that the one in front has to navigate. She could actually decide to just follow, but as you can see here in bits, then you get in a bit here, and you don't see the other runner anymore. So then you have to be ready to fight back. But it actually can spot the back of Abersold.
You can. Yeah, pushing really hard here. She's definitely closing back up, and you know, in the absence of Tove Alexandersen, here are the two best runners from the long distance, and Benjaminsen was fifth in the middle distance as well.
It's interesting. She still has quite a lot of map contact, Benjaminsen. I would have expected that she's just going and trying to follow. A bit of hesitation here. They're close to the control. I think that Abersold has found it. Yeah, here it is. And now that's, yeah, I mean, now she did a small mistake. She lost about 3 to 4 seconds to close that physically again. Takes so much energy. If she just had tried to get the back and, well, worst case, do the mistake together, it would maybe have been a better approach. But of course, if she would find the control first and Abersold not, it's all about tactics in this situation.
Yeah, it really, really is. And running versus doing your own routes. Oh, Norway too having, I think, troubles there, but Finland, no problems there in third place.
Or maybe just a bit too afraid of the green area. Norway too, trying to round it and get the control from this open area.
We've got these great drone shots here. I mean, this shows you, well, you can see Abersold ahead, maybe Benjaminsen trying to take a slightly more direct line, possibly through here. And this is so interesting. We've got great visibility here in this forest, and these two runners are battling it out for the win here. You can still see Abersold there. These two are getting very, very excited. Paula Gross and Natalia Gempela. Oh, times there for Paula Gross. She's very excited, and this is really, really close. It doesn't really get in orienteering much closer than this, but you can see Abersold at the bottom of the picture, just emerging into this marshy, this open area here. We've got Benjaminsen chasing. Here comes Abersold though, and I think it's going to be enough for the Swiss team here, with Norway chasing down and Switzerland climbing back up. They did the first exchange in about 7th place, then climbed up to 3rd with Natalia Gempela, and then Simona Abersold. 2 silver medals already in this competition. It will be the win here today, and she's managed to catch up, caught up on that lead that Benjaminsen had. These two of the best orienteers in the world, and for Abersold to catch that time on Benjaminsen as well, so strong. And it will be Switzerland to take the win today. She can be joined by her teammates, that team of Paula Gross, Natalia Gempela, and Simona Abersold. Are going to take the win here on Swedish soil and win the first World Cup relay of 2025, crossing the line, applauded by the Norwegians there, Ingrid Lundenes, Victoria Hestad Bjørnstad, and Andrina Benjaminsen. Benny Minson just not quite the pace. Well, she almost did have the pace. She was catching up with Abersold at that end. Just small mistake at control 12. Maybe she would have been just a little bit closer, but what a fantastic quality fight from these two athletes, and pushing so hard, not making really any mistakes out on the course. Very, very strong for the two
I
of
mean,
them.
it's a bit surprising that Benjamin lost so much time in the beginning. She didn't do any mistake. Maybe she was a bit too careful, kind of saving up and not pushing hard enough. Maybe she had a bit too much respect of the terrain and the visibility. Of course, you don't really know where the dance parts start and where it's open, but I think you really have to take the chance to push as hard as you can when you get it. So in the beginning, you have to go all you can until I think it was the 5th or 6th control, and then slow down there. But yeah, no mistakes by any of these top runners, basically.
No, and that is why they've done such a good job. And I mean, the time ticks up. We are still waiting for our third team in. You can see the Finnish team getting ready to go to the run-in and cheer their runner home. Because Finland does have a small gap over the chasers, Czechia and Norway too. As you can see there, Sweden also, Sanna fast here, picking up a lot of places on this third and final leg. But the gap there, more than 30 seconds between Finland and then that group of Norway too and Czechia. And we will try and pick up Lotta Karala at the on her way towards this 13th control, the last control here. Still another 30 seconds before we see her at this last control. Norway and Czechia both just a little wiggle into the 12th control. This is Lotta Karala. So the team Amy Nimam and Ida Happala. They were in 5th place at the first changeover, then up to 2nd after the 2nd leg. So dropping back a little bit on this 3rd and final leg, but still in a medal position, which is so great considering it's not even the Finland's strongest team.
Behind it's interesting because Norway's second team doesn't have the best direction. Now it's Sweden doing a mistake at control 12. Sanna Fast definitely close to the control, has to be careful that she's not overtaken by Marion Abbey. It's going to be an interesting fight between Czechia and Norway's second team. But Sweden really off, out of the circle, looking for the control.
But let's take the third team into the finish. This is Finland. As I said, 5th after the first leg, then climbed up into 2nd. That was a really good run from Ida Happala and then Lotta Karala there. And as you mentioned it, Czechia able to get ahead of Norway 2. Norway 2, Mette Gløsen, just a strange direction out of control 12. Just taking too long. Running too many extra meters, but the Finns will be so pleased here with this 3rd place ahead of the World Championships, with their best runners staying at home in Finland to prepare for those World Championships. The amount of depth in this Finnish squad has been really, really demonstrated over the last few days, and they are rewarded with a 3rd place here. 4 minutes down on the leaders. That just shows how quick those Benjaminsen and Abersold were. Teresa Roturier into 4th place for Czechia. They should be really happy with that. Great run from all of the team. Lucy Semikova, Denisa Kralova particularly on the 2nd leg, and Teresa Roturier. And we have Norway to Mette Gløsen. This was a Pia Youngvik, if you remember, changed over in the lead after leg 1. Dropping down a little bit after leg 2 and a Djukon making a few mistakes. but will end up into 5th place. Great result for Norway, great depth there.
Next teams to come here should be Switzerland 3 and Sweden. Lost them at the GPS, but Sweden did a mistake at control 12. So my guess is that Marion Abbey just punched in front of Sanna Fast. Will be interesting to see if she can maintain a small gap because, well, I expect Sanna Fast to be quicker physically. Here we have
They
both
are.
of them.
Both of them on their way to the last control. Sanna Fast and Marion Abbey. Let's have a look what happened then here. Look out for Sweden, highlighted
I
there
can
in
see that
blue.
Marion Abbey had a clear strategy using the marsh in order to guide her closer to the control. Then had a small mistake there as well. Punched a few seconds ahead of Sweden. Well, it will be tough for Marion Abbey to get.
There we
Yeah,
go. You can see Sanna Fast is faster, is quicker than Marion Abbey. You could tell she was looking so good. It's been quite a disappointing, a very disappointing World Cup for Sanna Fast, knowing her potential, knowing her speed earlier on in some of the big relays earlier in this season and in the Swedish League competitions, but crosses the line into 6th place. Great result for the Swiss 3rd team there. That is Alina
and
Nigli, Annick Meister and Marion Abbey. Really great run from Alina Nigli, just set up the rest of the team perfectly.
it was quite a good run by Marion Abbey as well. On the last leg, of course, she loses time, but I mean, she loses time compared to Benjaminsen and compared to Abersol, so that's not a big surprise. She was able to keep it together technically when others struggled. For example, then Sanna Fast.
Yeah, but mistakes really on every leg from the Swedish first team. Yeah, they've really had, I think all 3 of them really have had quite a tough day in the forest.
She just said, "I can't orienteer." That was her only comment there I could hear.
From Sanna Fast?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I think,
Natalia Gempel says, "I had exactly the same problem
yes,
yesterday."
I wondered if she was talking about that because I remember her running in with a big hole in her orienteering tights. Those ones have to go in the bin or become a training pair maybe.
Less than 2 minutes to the mass start.
Yeah.
The teams not going out on any leg.
They're discussing control number 12. Said that she was not very 100% sure, Marion Abbey, and then Simona said, yeah, I had a bit of problems there as well.
Yeah, we could see that in the picture slightly, both her and Benjaminsen, both struggling a little bit. We know Marion Abbey was on the hill on the northeastern corner of the edge of the circle. As we can see, so Finland 2, Denmark 2 on their way out of control number 12 now. This is Rachel Brown, she's still on the 2nd leg here. And we can look now into the forest for Switzerland. This is Switzerland 2, Sanna Hotz.
Great Britain will also change over from the 2nd to the 3rd leg. Just before the mass start. We'll see. 30 seconds.
So this is the 2nd Swiss team. And yeah, so good at relays historically, Switzerland, but to have all 3 teams in the top 8, they'll be really happy with that.
And we shouldn't forget that Sweden has basically their first team not at the starting line today.
Yeah.
Talking about depth in your relay team, I mean, of course, they didn't perform very good today. We have to say that because they struggled already on the first leg. At the same time, I mean, well, at one point, if you want to get new runners to get used to running the first team, then you have to throw in them in a relay like this in the World Cup. Frida Wikström, she said it was very nervous. You could almost feel that. Maybe it would have been a smart move to put her on the second leg, because then she would have the chance to avoid the most nervous bit of a relay. But at the same time, I mean, if you know that you don't have your absolute best team at the start line, then you might as well test the little thing and give runners a chance to get to collect new experiences.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the whole team will learn a lot from that, and there's so few opportunities to, race in that first Swedish team. This is Denmark 2, Eva Ernhagen Jorgensen.
We've seen her doing a big mistake at control 8, I think, or 7.
Yep, I think it was 7.
I think it was
But
7, yeah.
inside the top 10 still here. And this is Sweden here. Alva Sonesson coming into the finish here for the second team from Sweden, in a team with Andreas Svensson and Helena Karlsson. So yes, if you didn't catch it earlier, Tove Alexanderson wasn't running in this relay. She's already gone off to do some altitude training ahead of the World Championships, only in a few weeks' time. Sara Hagström has been returning from injury. She had already said she was only going to do 2 of the races, even before this World Cup started. So had already ruled herself out of the relay. Hannah Lundberg, she's got a calf injury. She hasn't been here the whole time. So the whole first team from previous World Cup not running today. So that Swedish second team into 11th place in the end.
Now I got the punch from Great Britain, Alison Smithard at the pre-warning.
So the next teams to finish is like a group of 3. It's Great Britain, Denmark and France, all quite close together at control number 12. And still about 15 minutes before we get to the men's relay. We'll look at the final results then. It was actually 14 seconds in the end. You could tell, Simone Abersol put in that burst of speed right at the start, and Andrina Benjaminsen knew she wasn't going to be able to catch that. But that gap back to the rest of the field, trying to see what the gap was at the start of the women's second leg. So Victoria Högstedt Bjornstad had 44-second gap ahead of Ida Haapala for Finland 1, and 47-second gap back to Switzerland 1. So that gap she could close so quickly. That gap closed by Simona Abersold, and then they got basically pulled 4 minutes away from the rest of the field. Let's see how it was done then, with Norway going out first, Switzerland chasing.
Of the last leg, you can see here Switzerland in the very beginning, basically to the 4th control, they were able to catch a lot of time compared to Norway. Czechia, we were talking about, here's probably the mistake that she went to the north of the pond. I think that cost her about 15 seconds. We're talking about that. At this point here, we could see them in the picture for a long time. My guess is that Abersol was able to actually see Benjaminsen, and that helped her, of course, adapting the speed a little bit. She had great direction. Both of them had good direction into the controls here. Good, no problems there for Czechia and Finland either behind. Then they split it up here. At this point, I thought it might be kind of a disadvantage for Norway to get G control, but Benjaminsen solved that very well. Got back a few meters behind Abersol. And actually, from this point, I don't think she ever was able to overtake Abersol again. Abersol did a really good job here, pushing hard, didn't let Benjaminsen get back in the fight really to win it. You could have the feeling that physically Abersol, well, today a bit stronger, and if she if she doesn't do a mistake, even a very small one, then there's no chance for Norway. You can see Czechia, different route to 10, going a bit around this kind of semi-open area. Didn't really help. And then this, in the end, as I said, Benjamin's never really in the fight. Yeah, I don't know what she could have done differently. Maybe she could have put everything on one card and just try to close the gap to control 12 and stop navigating. But I mean, that's a big risk. If Abersold misses control 12, then you would have had the chance to pass as well. So Abersold was just very, very good in the very end.
And I'm here with the winning team from Switzerland. Congratulations. We'll start with you, Paula. Your first leg into 7th position, just short of a minute after Norway. How was your experience of the first leg?
I think I'm satisfied with my performance, but I was so struggling physically in the last part of the race. I thought I won't make it to the finish. It was really so tough, and I was so happy when I finally reached that finish line.
And if you pass it on to Natalia?
Yes.
Natalia, you picked up, I think, 4 places during your second leg. What was your experience of the relay?
Yeah, it was my aim to catch everybody who went away, and it was not a big gap, so it was quite easy. First part it was very fast, and I came closer, but not so much. But then in the dense area, difficult area, it was easier to come to leader positions and to keep them till the end.
Did you think you were going to win there?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. We'll pass on to Simona.
I passed to Simona, so.
You got the relay and the microphone to Simona. So Simona, you had this job chasing Idre. You caught up with her halfway, I think, and then you were actually chased by Idre. What was your experience of the race?
I love chasing teams. No, it was a really nice starting point. It was nice to see Idre already at the first control. My goal was to start really fast and get away from Lotta first, and then preferably see Idre quite early. And then I saw her and noticed that my speed was probably a bit higher as well. So I tried to push even more. But yeah, I paid for that in the end. I was really dead on the last 3 controls. It was just about surviving and coming to the finish first.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we could tell that she set off with super high speed. She caught pretty much all of those 44 seconds deficit right at the start, and could tell that was her aim. She really wanted to try and catch as soon as possible, so she'll have been super happy when she did. And then you could see that Andrina Benjaminsen was catching back up to her at the end, but she saved just enough for those last sections in the end as well. That's how things lined up then at the finish. And again, really a relay, not as many mistakes as we've seen in the middle distance the other day, maybe with that very open section at the start, but that was made this relay quite interesting. You have those different types of terrain, even over just 30 minutes of running. And we had a lot of changes, and it really made the relay very open, with some great runs even by some of the second, third teams as well, putting them high up into contention. And a fight out at the end. And that was the first controls when Abersold had nearly caught up Benjaminsen at that point. 3 of them crossing that line together, celebrating their win. And again, of course, a great relay boost ahead of the World Championships. We'll do the flower ceremony now. So we will introduce the top 3 teams. To the podium in front of the spectators here in Idre Fjäll. to award the flowers.
Orienteering World Cup, Idre Fjäll, Sweden 2025, relay women. And the flowers will be handed over by the president of the Swedish Orienteering Federation.
Just looking at that podium there, it's so unusual not to see a Swedish team in the top 3.
Finland.
And Finland benefit from this, a great team performance from all of them. So much depth now in this Finnish squad. And the team of Amy Niemalm, Ida Happala and Lotta Kaala, all of them having top 10 performances individually in this World Cup, rewarded with the bronze medal. Norway, Ingrid Lundenes, Victoria Hestad Bjornstad and Andrine Benjaminsen. Very good performances all round from these 3, changing over in second place after the first leg, in the lead after leg 2 and then dropping down to second. But there we go, it is the team of Switzerland taking the win today. Paula Gross handing over, as we said, into 7th. Natalia Gempela picking up some time, especially in the trickier parts in the latter half of the course, where we saw mistakes from the leaders. And then Simona Abersold, super high speed all the way around to take that win. And on the top of the podium, great race all round, great result for the Swiss. We'll see if the men are able to match that one. And what's going to be another very tricky relay. Now had 17 teams into the finish, with a mixed team just coming in there into 17th place. We've had all 3 Danish teams finish. We've had Poland finish as well. Okay, let's move on to the relay for the men now. Lots of teams getting ready, getting warmed up, getting ready to start their competition. Lots of teams per nation as well. And if it's anything like the women's relay, it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious. We're going to see mistakes, we're going to see tricky orienteering. And it was so good to get lots of views from our drone shots, from our running cameras out in the forest there today, to be able to spot all of the mistakes, all of the tricky elements to the course. As you can see, just over 6K for the men, and that third leg a little bit further. Again, we expect a winning time of about 97 minutes, so just over 30 minutes per leg. And still a fair bit of climb on that course, 150 meters. They will do the exchange here at the arena. They're getting ready to line up and begin their race. It's the same arena for all of the finals in this World Cup. And because it's in the middle of the terrain, we've been able to access lots of different parts of the forest. This is the challenge then for the men. Jonas, why don't you talk us through it?
Yeah, and once more, it's a very similar concept for the course. You can see until TV split 1. Very open forest, similar to the women's relay. Then this is the part where it's longer, or it's the first bit. Very good runnability, very good visibility. Then we have these controls there in the green area. We haven't been there. It's going to be interesting to see how it will be there. A bit longer in the stony area as well, with lower visibility than this one. Similar, this is leg 1 and 2, very similar to the women's course. Again, not exactly the same. And then back to the arena. So it's basically just after TV, between TV control 1 and 2, and then just after TV control 2, where we have a longer course. This is then the last of the 3 legs, which is unforked in the very end. We haven't seen that option executed by any of the top teams. There were a few teams behind that did that in the women's relay. Maybe an option in the men's relay. We will see. Control 14, the one we already saw on the women's relay on the last leg, then 15. Similar one again, and 16 back to the arena. Again, first half, very good run ability, very good visibility. Just before TV2, new area in the green. It's going to be interesting to see if the runners struggle with that. And then just after TV2, this tricky part that we have seen in the women's relay already. This again, 3D animation. It's just to show you kind of the contours, how it could look like in the forest. It's nothing like that when it comes to the visibility. This is 10 to 11, so this is just before the third TV control. The women, they haven't been at control 10, they have been in the area around control 11 though.
So that is the challenge that faces the men. Here is the start list. Of course, those lower numbers are our top, our favourite teams. Jonas, do you want to call out some favourites?
Actually, I think it's quite hard to predict. I mean, the Swedish team is very strong with Victor Svensk, Anton Johansson, and Max Peter Beimer. Both Anton Johansson and Max Peter had a great run yesterday. Norway is strong. Interesting as well that they have Kasper Fosser on the second leg and then Erik Langedal Breivik on the third one. Well, my guess is that they try kind of get rid of as many teams as possible on the second leg already, because Kasper Fosser might be the strongest in the field physically in the terrain at the moment. So that's an interesting choice. But then you have also Switzerland. You have the Hoopman brothers on first and second leg, and then Kibbutz on the third one. I would say it will be an interesting fight between the Swiss first team and the second team. They have a second team with Abersold, Hardorn, and Ecker. Last time we had relay in the World Cup, actually they had exactly the same setup, and then the second team came fourth, and I think the first team ended up in like 16th. But you have other teams. France, very good. They have been good the whole week. Czechia is strong. Then Sweden, second team. Norwegian, second team. Finland has strong teams. So it's going to be interesting for sure.
Yeah, it really will be. We've seen the Swedish team there with Victor Svensk. Daniel Hubman will lead out the Swiss team, hand over to his brother Martin, and then end up with Matthias Kibbutz. Lucas Leland will take first leg for the Norwegian team. He's got 2 top 10 results from the races so far in this World Cup. Aro Aho has got 2 top 20 results for Finland. He will lead them out. A late change brings Olli Ranho into the first team for Finland. This French team, watch out for them because they were 5th, 6th and 7th in yesterday's middle distance, and it's Mathieu Perrin who was 6th, will lead them out. For Czechia, Jakub Shalupski will hand over to then Wojtek Kral and Thomas Krifter. Again, another team that we could see in contention. This is Luke Fisher to lead out the British team with Josh Dudley and Alistair Thomas on second and third legs. This is Linus Egevik Christiansen from Denmark. Will lead them out. Ole Hensler will be the first leg runner for Germany. And you can see Estonia there as well. Jürgen Younes before the brothers Lowry and Timo Sild. Again, with the women's race, we've introduced kind of these top 10 nations, but you want to keep an eye on a lot of the second teams. Norway 2, number 143, Jürgen Backlund, Isak Jonsson and Sigurd Paulsen Via. Switzerland 2, as you mentioned, they're number 145, Fabian Abersold, Joey Hadorn and Jonas Ecker. Then we've got Sweden 2, Martin Regborn, Gustav Bergman and Emil Svensk. And of course, the second Norwegian, I did say the second Norwegian team already. I'm getting confused. Here they are then lining up, and we've got 59 teams there. Lining up ready for this men's relay countdown. The last few seconds, they've all got their maps in hand. There they go, unfurling their maps. And into the terrain, France, Czechia up there already. sprinting out of the start towards the start triangle itself before the navigation starts. There is a forced control to the first control, and we can watch them on the drone shot as they leave and they head out to the start. This is a Shalupski from Czechia out there first. You've also got Perrin up there, I think. Loads and loads of teams. There's a couple of the Swedish teams further back down in the starting grid.
Maybe to get back to the selection of the Swiss team, I think it's a bit an interesting choice to have Hopman on the first leg because, I mean, physically he's not the strongest in the field anymore. We know that, but of course you know what you get. So he will be. Usually he's not doing any bigger mistakes in relays. So, but if no one does mistakes, he will be about a minute behind. So then you tactically can decide: do you want to put Hoopman there? You know you will be between 1 and 2 minutes after, or do you want to put, for example, Papi Abersold on the first leg, and then you could be in the lead? But well, history has shown that you could also be 3 to 4 minutes behind. So it's kind of: do you want to play it safe in a World Cup relay, or do you want to go to be in the leading group after the first leg? I think it's okay to have Hoopman in a very technical relay on the first leg, or I think even it's a very good choice. I'm not, but it's so hard to get back once you're 1 or 2 minutes behind. So it is really something you have to kind of, it's kind of a bit of a risk. And my guess is as well that they want to test this here for the World Championships. Is it worth the try, or don't we have a chance at all if we are a minute behind? I mean, it's no guarantee. Maybe Hoopman gets back with the leading group as well, but my guess would be that if no one does mistakes, he would probably lose a little bit of time towards the end when everyone is speeding up towards the arena. So yeah, he won't change first. I'm quite sure about that.
Well, we will see. We were following over by the pond and the marsh of the group who went on the track where Czechia with the dot there was. Obviously, the dots of the GPS tracking a little bit behind real time. We can pick them back up again. Lots of the athletes have gone straight through the terrain. As you can see there, France having the A control. Switzerland has the C, but they've gone round the path. Norway has the B control. Going a little bit more straight, taking good direction up here. And this is the nervousness, the drama of the first leg of the relay, where you have lots of teams around. You really have to be right on your orienteering. You have to do your own race in and amongst everybody else. It's so tricky, and people kind of become almost specialist first leg runners as well, don't they?
Yeah, of course. In this particular relay here, it's kind of interesting as well, because I don't think we'll see big differences in the beginning of the start of this relay here until we get into the greener bits after control 5. So for me, that's kind of transportation now to control 5. And then you get into the greener bits, and it's like a restart of the relay there when everyone has been running for about 12 to 15 minutes already. So maybe it's even harder then to slow down to control 6, 7 compared to when you would have that right from the start. So it's for me, the start area here, I don't expect to see any bigger mistakes.
Yep, so you can see one of the controls through there. I think that might have been the B control that we saw, heading quite high up in this slope. We can see all these contour shapes up here. Climbing up there. And yeah, you can see a lot of these athletes really close together. There's not much in difference in the speed. A lot of the athletes can have this high speed for this first section, and when the runnability is a lot better as well, when the forest floor is quite clean. So we wait at the third control, see who will be the first one there.
Can't be cleaner than this one here. This is really like running in a park almost.
Yep, and therefore loads and loads of runners still together, all together. I don't think we've seen anybody really making any mistakes at this point. Let's see who is the first ones through then.
can
It's
almost
Jürgen Younes
feel a
from
bit
Estonia.
the difference in the
Covering up
forkings
there.
here. I don't think that Mathieu Perrin did any mistakes, so it might have been those 10 seconds I was talking about earlier that can differ in different forking options.
And it's
Then, of
hard
course, if
really
you have,
to make.
of course, it's a good thing to have the bit longer option on the first leg if you don't miss on it, because now you had this 10 seconds. It's quite easy to close that gap again on the first leg because you have so many runners in between the leaders and yourself. If you have that on the third leg, you have to close it again by doing better orienteering than the others, and that's much more difficult. So usually it's a good thing to have the forking that's about 5 to 10 seconds slower right at the start.
Yeah, exactly, and you really can't say very much about any of the athletes through here. They're all still in contention. Whether you're 15 seconds back, it doesn't really mean too much because they're all still up there on this part where we would expect them to be. It's only when we get into the more denser part that it really gets a lot more interesting. And then here, these few controls, the next controls again, quite spread out. The next set of forked controls, and then this is actually 3 controls in a row that are on that are forked. There are very, very few common controls and next to no common legs here. In fact, no common legs until you get back to the actual last control. It's very
I mean,
unusual for us to see that
second to
many.
last to the last control is the only common leg.
Mm. And that's very unusual, isn't it, for a relay, and especially for a World Cup relay. We tend to see quite a few common controls.
Yeah. I mean, the kind of terrain here allows it to do. Sometimes when you have kind of transportation legs as well, then it's hard to find features that you get the forkings to match each other so they don't differ. So you can't fork. It's not in every place, in every terrain as easy as here to fork it, because you could write the leg on paper without having the terrain or the map below, and then just put it on the map, and you would find a feature to put controls out at everywhere. You don't have that like this in every kind of terrain, so it's probably a bit easier to find a good forking system in this kind of terrain.
So just a little look there. One of the Swedish teams going along to the D control, having problems. That it was actually Sweden 1, I think. Quite a few runners sticking with the pack and then having to peel off to the right to get that D control. And that's what maybe Svensk compared to Mariani of Italy there, losing 30 seconds basically.
Did quite a mistake there.
So 30 seconds lost by the first Swedish team. Victor Svensk behind Belgium here.
You can really see that there's no, I mean, in this kind of terrain, there's no difference, no bigger difference between the athletes when it comes to runnability or to physical strength. Usually the differences, they occur really when it's tough terrain. So you have to run with a lot of strength and power, or then towards the end of a course. But if you have this kind of terrain in the beginning of a course, almost everyone can follow. This
So
again, the
it's
mistake.
Denmark and Sweden both with a group heading to ENF, basically.
And you can see that they, for half a minute, they had to run into a direction to control D, where they actually, I mean, they're not getting closer to the finish there. So they gave away about 20 seconds, 25 seconds.
Yeah, now having to work back through the pack as everybody heads down the slope towards the 5th control. And then 6th control into that section of green. This is a section we haven't seen before because it wasn't part of the women's course. We'll get a chance to see how dense it is or not.
Yeah, I really hope that we're going to have a camera runner there as well, because it would be cool to see how dense it really is. This is a replay. Norway struggling. Liland and Loic Marti for the French second team, but maybe more important for the relay that Norway did a mistake there.
Yeah, Lucas Leland with some troubles. So many teams still in contention here, fighting through this section, and they've got to be careful here because they're all approaching this these controls. Quite a few, as you can see there with F. France has E looking okay.
Mm.
And we could
And
see
now
some more mistakes here, possibly.
It's where the interesting part starts from control 5. You can see that Sweden still about half a minute behind, maybe a bit more even.
Yeah, there's a tail of 15 seconds on the GPS there. Already changes routes. A lot of those with the F option in that leading group. All running together, spreading out through this forest. Doesn't matter that they spread out, they can still see each other. There's one of the controls.
It's so
That's
open
the
here.
E control, I think. A few people
Yeah.
with the wrong one. That's the Netherlands.
Netherlands.
I think that's the E control. So these aren't the leaders here.
Now very soon you can see there in front, that's where the greener bit starts. So France and the other leading teams, they're already heading into it. Perrin now at the D control. He has to continue still in good direction. Of course, he's coming from that D control at control 5 as well.
Yeah, so he will see both of the other controls beforehand, I think. It's quite, can be quite a strange experience.
It adds a bit to the nervousness if you have, even if you have the F control and you have other runners from the E option that's just crossing your way. So France with E, Switzerland with F. No bigger mistake as what we can see now. Maybe a bit slower option if you have E, because you have to go further away in this green area. Of course, you had the closer one, the control before, but there the runnability was so good that if you had the, well, didn't really matter. And the next control, the TV control we had on the leg before already.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll use the marshes, the small depressions. Maybe France will use some of this semi-open area from E to the next control number 7. So many of these leading groups had the F option. Mistakes as well being made by Austria, France 2 in that 6th control, which not some of the teams included here. And as you can see, Sweden 2 and Martin Regborn leading this way. Jakub Szelupski up there as well. Daniel Hubman up there. This is the control. This is the 7th control.
And Martin Regborn coming first for the Swedish second team. Then I think it was Czechia.
I think it was Jakub Szelupski. Then Hubman, Daniel Hubman for Switzerland 1.
Good start here for Hubman.
Then a bit of a gap. These all have the same forkings. This is, I think, Estonia. Jürgen Younes. Egil Christiansen for Denmark. There's Fabian Abersold as well. There's Victor Svensk with the white headband. Crossing ahead. Ricardo Rankin for Switzerland 3 was in there. Perrin there, just dropping back and punching that control into 14th. And there's Lucas Leland, Norway 1, quite a long way down. That was after the mistake at control 4. Leland trying to fight back here. Here's Germany. Hensler, Ola Hensler. And all 21 teams within a minute as we see the next teams about to approach, looking for Estonia, Austria. Here's the Estonian team, second Estonian team, Mr. Heinemann. But the next few controls are super interesting. Let's have a look at what happened with some of the Austrian team, Australian team, French team, all of them with the E control.
Didn't have a good direction
Austrian team
in the
figures it
green.
out first.
Yeah, France, second team, big problems there. Loic Marty.
Yes, live now with France 2's just about found the control. And now this group of controls here, I think, will be really tricky. There's a common control at number 10, but it gets a little bit denser, lots of features, lots of rock as well as you approach the 9th
Switzerland
control.
has to go to I, not the best direction there for Hoopman. Probably the biggest mistake so far. Not that many with the G control in this leading group here. It's basically only Estonia. I can see that Switzerland and Czechia now using this open area, semi-open area, in order to win some distance towards the control. I guess that they will pass Control G there, close to that open marsh, and get from there to the control. Estonia also going up on the semi-open area in order to get an easy entrance to the control.
But this is where, you know, H the furthest one there, but now quite a short one here to the 9th control. Switzerland
You don't have any chance to,
careful.
Sweden second team with a mistake now. Same for Switzerland. It's if you have the H control, you don't have a chance to kind of use the semi-open area to get closer to the control in an easy way, and you can see that they are actually doing quite a
Everyone's
mistake
going
here.
high. They're all making a mistake here, I think. Just getting too close to that semi-open area. Sometimes you think they would have been able to see the vegetation boundary exactly where it was. It's got that dashed line, the black line on it.
It looks very good for Switzerland and Czechia now. And that's now it's really paying off, this the Hoopman strategy, because he's so experienced. He can, in this kind of terrain. I was more afraid about the first part, that he might drop behind 20 to 25 seconds. There would be many runners in between him and the leading group, but this is a good situation to be in now for the Swiss team.
I mean, maybe they've got the control. Because they all
Now
seem
they
to
have
be.
it, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, they must have it. The GPS must just be a bit off because they're all going quite quickly. It looked like they were too low.
That probably wasn't really a mistake there.
But now Switzerland 2 again needs to be careful here to correct into this 10th control.
Norway, you can see with a mistake, second team. Finland, a bit off direction. France, Switzerland and Sweden, they going out.
But I guess here we don't know which forking they've got for the next control yet.
Well, Hoopman has K. So if they have K, that's okay.
Yeah, because you just go up the stream, then you go up the re-entrant, use the small hill on the edge of the circle. Should be straightforward.
France lost a little bit of time there. We can see Finland lost time. Norwegian second team. So Sweden has J at this control.
Here we go, Switzerland and Sweden 3, both with K.
Mm,
Czechia with J, and Shalupski has to be careful here not to stay too long with the others.
both have to be careful, Hoopman and Chalupski, because it looks like Hoopman's going to the direction of
L,
L
nearly.
and J. Yeah. So Sweden to J. But that doesn't look good for the K runners.
Switzerland 2. That's Fabian
That
Abersold
looks
maybe doing this
good
one the
for him.
best.
Yeah.
Definitely. Alongside Estonia, still going well.
Sweden did that quite good as well.
Yep, the J control. So now Switzerland, you can see, stopped there. Czechia has to go back, I think. Oof.
Hoopman is going to lose time on this one. It would have been better for him to continue a few steps, because then he would have gotten help of this pond. Now it looks like he got control, or they got control. But they are going to drop about a minute behind, I'd say, if they get the control now. Now I think they
this
thought
bit where the
again that they would
visibility.
drop down to the re-entrance.
Here's Martin Regborn. This is the lead here now. Yep. So Sweden 2 and Sweden 1 now in the lead after these tricky controls, after they kind of dropped back. You know, Victor Svensk with a small mistake at number 4. Now back into contention.
Now Switzerland got the control K. But yeah, I would say a minute.
2, this is Fabian Abersold.
Yeah.
Still got Estonia up there. Fantastic work from Estonia. Denmark. There's Norway. And that is the Norwegian first team. It's Lucas Liland. That is Ricardo Rankin. Switzerland third team is Becker from France 3. Still waiting for France 1 through at this control. I think they are approaching. Here's another of the Swedish teams. There is Daniel Hubman. That's the mistake. So down to 58 seconds, and Perrin also there from France. So that is about a minute lost then for Daniel Hubman at the 11th control. Anders Vestdal as well from Norway 3 into 16th. This is a New Zealand team. Joe Lynch. Sticking here at control 12, one of the very few common controls. We've got Italy, we've got Finland. More runners coming through as well. Still very close together in this relay as we approach the end of the first leg.
And
now the Kiwi team.
Don't get confused when you got the name Svensk as well for team for the 7th team, for this mixed team. That's Jesper Svensk. So we have 2 Svensk running this first leg.
Luke Fisher there for the British team. This is Jakub Shalupski, who made a huge mistake then. Trying to figure out exactly where his mistake was. Remind myself. He really had problems with 11.
Replay. Yeah.
Yeah, watch out for Czechia here.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it was similar.
worse.
They were together here, but he got twice to a wrong control. Had to go back to J. Must have been very close when he went to the L option already. I think he followed Hoopman towards a bit more towards K, then went back and hoped for Hoopman to find his J control as well. Now we're behind Rekborn over that stream.
Yep, over the stream and then climbing up again to the next controls. See him, he's taken a very different route to Victor Svensk. Here, we'd hope he has the N control.
Svensk has the M option, Rekborn has the N option. So they're on the way to the right controls there.
Yeah, both looking really good. You can see Switzerland there going a very different way to the others. Hoopman
I think that's
hopefully
okay.
then has the
If
N
you have
control.
the N, yes, he has. No problems here.
There's the
for
control.
Rekborn.
So a big group going together over the semi-open area towards control M. This is where those who've got N, the southerly of the two controls, will have to divert, but it does look like most of them have the northern one.
Yeah, Switzerland
As you can see
third
there.
team and Norwich second team should go to the south one. Hoopman now getting a bit far to the north. Has to be careful.
But you hopefully can see you're in that gap between the two hills, and he corrects as he does. And now Sweden 2, Sweden 1, back together again on the way to the next control. Going possibly the different ways around the ponds, the small ponds there in the terrain. And now we pick them up on the drone shots. There's the two Swedes, two blue shirts on their way to the 14th controls.
And
So
you
we
could
just
see there
lost
was
the
no
GPS
other
tracker.
team there. Inside, they're about half a minute behind. Now we're behind Norway.
Yep, this is Lucas Leland. Looks like he's in third position at the moment. He's being chased by Switzerland 2, Fabian Abersold, and Estonia, Denmark 2 as well. Switzerland 3 having to divert there from the northerly of the two previous controls back to the N control. And we'll pick up the two leaders at the second to last control very soon.
Yeah, and I mean
Much
now
better
they will
start on
send
the men's relay.
they will send out Anton Johansson and Gustav Bergman. It's really good to have on the second leg of a first and second team. I mean, both of them could potentially run the last leg in the first team as well.
Yeah, definitely. With Anton Johansson taking 7th and 2nd place then in that middle distance. Gustav Bergman taking 13th in the long, 3rd in the middle. Both of them very, very strong. Behind France now. And Mathieu Perrin in about 6th, 7th place, I think. Crossing through these marshes, as you can see. There's Denmark.
And quite many of the teams, actually, the GPS device kind of froze. Thing is that we get the punches at the pre-warning, and it's 3 Swedish runners in the team, because now the mixed team with Jesper Svensk is on 3rd spot. I don't think they will be in the fight for the medals. They're gonna have a mixed team together with Japan and Moldova.
So there we go. They wait here. That is Gustav Bergman waiting for Martin Regborn to come through. This is Hoopman. I think he's caught back up a few more runners here. Looking for the second to last control. And here's the two leaders here. Sweden 1 and Sweden 2, both together. Victor Svensk and Martin Regborn, both fighting there. This is Anton Johansson, is going to go out on the second leg for the first team. Took a silver medal yesterday. Here the two runners come now. Martin Regborn on the left, Victor Svensk in the white headband on the right. And I think they'll both want to win this little sprint out at the end and hand their team over in first place. But they've got a really good gap back to the rest of the field. Basically opposite fortunes to the women, the Swedish teams for the women. And they go power their way in. Martin Regborn just nipping ahead of Victor Svensk at that last control. And he will hand over to Anton Johansson. Well, Victor Svensk will hand over to Anton Johansson. Here's Jesper Svensk. This is the mixed team, as we said. Punching there. And these two guys, both of them looking very good, powering up to hand over. So Martin Regborn over to Gustav Bergman, and then Victor Svensk handing over to Anton Johansson. So two Swedes neck and neck at the start of this relay. We have the mixed team handing over there. There's Norway. There is Norway's first team. There's Switzerland 2 with Fabian Abersold, and I have to say, a great result here from Estonia. Jürgen Younes, a fantastic job to see him right up in this mix. There's the mixed team handing over, 23 seconds down. This is Jürgen Backlid. Norway 2 going to hand over in front of Norway 1. Fabian Abersold working hard. Yeah, absolutely.
That's the spirit. Let's see how big the gap is down to Hoopman. Here's France, second team.
Denmark 2, Elias Hopgaard is coming here.
Danish team handing over. That's Denmark 2. I was going to say that is Denmark 2. Then here's Mathieu Perrin here, number 105, the French team. The French team, just to keep an eye at what, minute and a half down. Had lots of
1.5 minute down.
1 minute and 43 seconds and 14 teams. And there is also another.
So keep an eye on that French team and on that Swiss team. Martin Hubman on the second leg for the Swiss team. The French team, they have Quentin Moulet, who was 5th in the middle distance, 10th as well in the long distance. Really good, two very, very good performances. So only about 2 minutes after the first team changed over.
Keep an eye on Norway as well, because they sent out Kasper Fosse on this second leg. It's going to be very interesting to follow him if he's able to close the gap to the two Swedish teams.
Maybe a bit of a disappointment for Finland. No teams into the finish yet. You can see they are about to do the changeover.
On his way into the changeover area.
Aru Aho.
Yeah, number 104. This is the first Finnish team, but going to be down in 17th position. 149 is the third Finnish team, Mikko Irola, handing over there as well. Austria, and this is the Czech team. This was this big mistake from Jakub Szelupski on the 11th control, because he was right up amongst the leaders. There's Wojtek Kral ready to go.
9 seconds behind, 3:09 behind, Wojtek Kral. Now on the second leg.
Okay, this we catch up with the leaders here. This is Anton Johansson. He had the B
already
control.
Punched the... Yeah, that's right. He's on Gustav Bergman already punched the first control A, then crossing the line of Johansson. And you can see Kasper Fosse there on the C option, using the path around, then going straight to the control. Switzerland second team, Hadon has to be careful. He's going towards the C control. He's going to do a mistake there. Yeah, now ending up at the wrong forking, so Hadon is about to lose a minute or more. And in a few seconds, we are going to hear from the fastest man on the first leg, from Martin Rekborn.
And here with the Martin Rekborn from Sweden 2 into the finish together, more or less with the Victor Svensk from Sweden 1. What was your experience of the race?
It was quite a good race. Some small troubles in the tricky area with the forkings, but I didn't get the controls right on. But I quickly relocated, so I didn't lose so much time, and I felt very fresh in the legs. So the last part of this course really suited me, with uphill and rough and just push.
And it's 60 teams out there running together. What's it like being part of such an intense relay?
Since we're the second team, I started like in the second last row, but I knew this really open forest. There's a lot of time to run past them. So I just took it very calm in the beginning.
Kind of lost contact there to Martin Rekborn.
Well, we can tell he was quite pleased though. Obviously, we've seen the first two teams, Bergman and Johansson, through within a second of each other, and Kasper Fosse. So he was 47 seconds down at the exchange of leg one. He has already pulled up 3 places and pulled up half a minute. So a really fast start from Kasper Fosse.
You can also say that Hadon lost about a minute to the first control, doing a mistake there. We saw the beginning of it. Then we had Norway's second team did a mistake to the second control, about 45 seconds. More mistakes here in the beginning than I expected. Many teams that have kind of have to overpace here or try to close gaps to runners in front of them, maybe pushing the limit a bit too far.
So Hubman just through there. Martin Hubman lost about 15 seconds on this first part. Tino Porsini also there for the third Swiss team. And now you can see Bergman has E control and Anton Johansson with the F control. So it makes sense that they start to split up here. Norway with the D control. Spot on there. Absolutely spot on the line for Kasper Fosse, who seems to still be catching. Yep, for the first team from Finland, he was 13th in yesterday's middle distance competition. Finland with a tricky start, 2 minutes 40 down now. So he's actually caught up 12 seconds on the first part. So very attacking start from Tuukka Sepä.
Very good work with direction there from Kasper Fosse, and now we are behind Anton Johansson. For the first Swedish team, he has to go to F. They split it up perfectly there. Johansson and Bergman both looking very good when it comes to direction to their controls. In fact, all 3 of the leading teams do a great job here. And you see there's not much of a feature where the control is.
It's supposedly a re-entrant, as you can see. There's that form line as well. It's such a shallow shape, a very shallow re-entrant, but
I mean,
no problems
that's
there
not
at all.
really. It's not really a feature you would put control on if this would be an individual race, but when you want to have a forking system that works, then of course you can do things like this.
Absolutely. No problems at all. So this is Gustav Bergman, who had the E control. See how close the two runners are. We just wait a few seconds and then catch up to him. And then he now has fairly short control to the next one, the next E control, dropping down the slope, as you can see. And Gustav Bergman was complaining of dizziness on both the individual races. Managed to still have a very good race on the middle distance. Very happy with his technical performance.
I see that they're gonna have to cross each other's way again. Anton Johansson has to go to the F, has to be careful now in order to go enough to the south. And Gustav Bergman, well, he's gonna use that marsh in order to get to the E control.
Yeah, I
Should
think
be
Casper Foster
probably
will
the
also
easiest
use
one.
the marsh. Yep.
Behind there, no problems. As far as I can see, quite many with the E control. Here we have Casper Fosser.
Yep, on his way to the D control, try and get him in the shot, really, really pushing hard. We'll use the marsh and the open area. She's gone past. I wonder if you'll see the E control before going to the D control. You can see the high speed being able to be achieved by all of these athletes. Casper Foster very soon at the D control. No problems for either of the two Swedes at the start. Looking behind again. Everyone seems to have done this fairly well, I think. No big problems. But then this is the point when you drop down the slope here, get into this area of less visibility. We saw people having problems with the E control previously. That is where Gustav Bergman is on his way to, and he's just got to be careful on the direction here, using the vegetation boundaries, using the depressions, but it's hard to keep direction in the green. He's got to be very careful because he's not correcting yet.
Maybe he's dropping down into this depression on purpose, now changing direction from there. If that's the case, then it's very well played. I mean, there's not so many features. What you could do as well is to round a little bit to the right of the red line, trying to get to this vegetation boundary to the right and just touch it there a little bit and get into the E control. You would need to go approximately the same distance away from the red line as Bergman did now to the left. No problems for Johansson, no problems for Fosser. And it seems good for Bergman as well.
Yep, absolutely. Taking those features into the control itself. And we have a camera at control number 7, and I reckon they'll all be together at that point.
Yeah, it looks
which
like
means
that.
Foster
You can
will have
also
caught
see
up
a good
to
glimpse
45 seconds.
of the green area back in the right corner, back down in the corner. We follow, I think it's Norway's second team, probably.
Yep, with
Switzerland,
the
it's hard to say.
E-control.
This is Hardorn, I guess.
That is Hadon. Yeah, looks like Hadon. So they've both got the E-control. They've both got the furthest one. They need to not be thrown too much by seeing those extra controls, as you could see there. But yeah, this green, you can see the very much younger trees, but the visibility is still quite good. So that is the next, about the F control. So you see the D control, we've seen the F control, and they've got to go to the furthest one.
The difficult thing there is that it seems to be very flat, so it's hard to get the features, even if you have a few contours on the map. due to the fact that it's quite low visibility on longer distance, it's hard to get a feeling about the contours there. But yeah,
Okay,
you
this is
mentioned it.
the
It's quite
7th
good
control.
visibility anyway.
Yeah, this is the 7th control, and we're looking for the leading runners who will come through the forest first. This is Anton Johansson for Sweden 1, punching that control.
Actually,
Where the others? They should be really close.
It looks like Norway did a small mistake here.
Yeah, I think so. There's Gustav Berryman just looking behind. Where's Norway? There he is. I think Berryman was looking for Fosse. But yeah, I think both of these two, the second two runners, Berryman and Fosse, with a small mistake, I think, into the control. Anton Johansson definitely had the best direction, stayed on the line. We've just lost their GPS slightly. Yes, I think both definitely Fosse with the bigger mistake. Maybe a
I don't
small
think it was a
parallel
mistake
error.
by Berryman. Looked quite
No, I
good.
think that was
He
just...
took this small depression in order to get direction. Fosse really, yeah, seemed to go to the wrong direction, depression a bit far to the right, followed this one. But I mean, yeah, we're talking about 10 seconds of a mistake. Interesting now. Berryman heading to control G. Johansson as well to G. And Fosse, he's going to I.
Okay, so two Swedes to the same control, Norwegian to the different one. We should have the next few teams approaching number 7 very, very shortly. Remember, the GPS is slightly delayed, so we wait here at control 7 to see who will actually punch it first. Got lots of Norwegians, Swiss, Swedes heading this way. Let's see who's the first one out of the forest. We've picked somebody up. A couple of runners
The gap
up
starts
here.
to be quite big here.
Yep,
This is
here's Norway. And Sweden. Oh, and there is Hadorn for Switzerland too.
Hector.
So Simon Hector, Isak Jonsson, and Joey Hadorn, the 3 runners through there. There's Martin Hubman and Lauri Sild, Estonia, still in a good spot. Cornelius Christoph.
Yeah, and Gustav Berryman did a small mistake to the G control. He's now about 15 seconds behind Anton Johansson. You can see it here. It was a bit too far to the northwest on this hill. Anton Johansson did a great job there. Now heading out towards this Katten area. That's the control we had on the first leg. I think Hoopman did quite similar. Heading out on this Katten area. Norway has to go to I control here as well. We can keep in mind that GPS wasn't very accurate to the H control at this point, but none of the top 3 has this one.
Oh, the H is a different control on the screen compared to on our GPS tracking on our separate screen, I think.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I think it was on
That's why
another
we
place
got confused.
on the first leg as well.
Yeah.
So this one's correct now. That's interesting.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. We've got a different map on our separate GPS screen compared to the one you've got on your screen.
Might be the case that they have to change this control last second.
So. Yeah.
So behind there we have quite many teams that have to go to H. Good there for the 3rd team for Sweden. Switzerland's 2nd team a bit hesitating into the I control. France has to go to the I control, maybe a bit far to the northwest. And you can see at control 10, the top 3 teams all together now.
And it was really interesting how the runners we've heard from so far, they all talked about the forkings. They all have a really strong awareness of like where the other people are, how they're splitting up, how they're coming together as well, which is very interesting. So both Danish teams had E.
Oh,
they both got to F.
Ending up at F. Yeah, and then taking mistakes here.
They both thought they were too far south. Interesting.
And now this control 11 was a tricky one on the first leg. That's the control where I think Hoopman did a mistake. Czechia.
Yeah, basically
Kalupski.
everybody who had K control at
K.
11 made a mistake.
So they're both Swedish teams with the K control now. Let's see if they struggle with this one as well. Norway, Kasper Fosse has to go to the J one.
So the earliest of all of those controls. They do split up.
Well, Switzerland's second team, a bit or quite much far south there. He has to go up to the I control. He's south from G, Joey Hadon. That's gonna be a mistake from Joey. He's quite far away from the control. I think he thinks that this open marsh would be the one a bit northwest from the control G. Then continue to the hill. Now I think he got control over the situation. Looks good in front there for Sweden, first and second team. And Fosse got the control as well.
Yeah, no problems there with our leaders compared to the mistakes we saw at that control on the first leg. It just has the very different dynamic, of course, all of the three legs as the runners start to spread out. Maybe starting to get tired at this point. You've had those tricky controls in the green section that we've just been through. Now the 12th control, then one more forked control after that. This is the 12th control. We'll see them through here very shortly.
I think it's going to be Kasper Fosse first.
I think it will be Fosse.
He has the closest way from his control to this one. Here he is.
Here he is. So first time we've seen Norway in the lead on the cameras. And the gap is not much. Here's Gustav Bowman. Very distinctive style. And Anton Johansson. So 15 seconds difference between all of them. And you can see they can still see each other as they leave the control. And they do have different controls here. A chance for some of the women's team. There's Sanna Fast, last leg for the Swedish first team. Has a chance to watch the men's competition now.
Another small mistake by Joey Hadon to the 10th control. It's very close to it. Overshot it by a few meters. Had to go back.
Martin Hudman now for Switzerland. Yep, has to be careful here to the L control. And
I think that's still okay. He passed the
so.
first stone halfway, then to the second one. Now it looks a bit more critical when he's heading towards north here. I thought that he would get this second stone as well as a help to his control, but now it seems that he's heading a bit far to the north.
So that guess from the GPS, about 12-13 seconds between first and third. Let's catch up with them. Can see definitely one of the blue shirts in the middle. I can see Kasper Foster over on the right-hand side.
Yeah,
can see
they're
all of
spreading
them.
out here.
They really are spreading out.
So Anton Johansson has the N control. If you remember from the first leg, it's the one more to the south.
But we're back at control 12. So top three teams all the way through. And there has been quite a group then chasing behind. Some countries still making mistakes, but this is Sweden and Sweden 3.
Bookman ended up at the wrong forking. He was at the K control. So he did the
yes,
other way
he had
around
L.
compared
Yep.
to his brother on the first leg, who ended up at L first and then had to go to K.
So Larry Sild, Isak Jonsson, both through. Here's Norway. Norway 2. No, sorry, not even Norway 2, Norway 3. Too many Norwegian teams. Too many teams for all nations. Here's France and Quentin Moulet into 8th. So France were 10th at the changeover. Now up to 8th.
That's a replay. Take a look, for example, at Joey Hadorn. Did a mistake there at G. Then overshooting at 10. Finland with problems there as well. Also on both of the controls. And then again, a bit far to the north, but not as bad as Martin Hoopman to this control. And in the lead, I can tell you that they split up perfectly. Now we are behind Fosser, just a few steps behind Fosser. There should be Anton Johansson as well. Gustav Bergman had the other option.
Yeah, but none of them had any problems with this, have they?
No. You can see it.
So now out of, yeah.
Gustav Bergman there, just rounding the hill to the M option. Anton Johansson, yeah, about now anyway, about 15 seconds behind Fosser. Fosser now really trying, I mean, that was part of the tactics, I guess, for the Norwegian team, that they try towards the end to get away from the others and then to send out Erik Langedal Breivik with the lead. The group behind, we mentioned that Hoopman did a mistake to control 11, now basically on his own towards control 13. This is the chasing group.
No, I think this is Fossa.
It's Fosse,
Being chased by
with
the
camera
camera,
operator.
Yeah. And
then you
crossing
can
over the
see
marshes into
Johansson
the
and
end control.
Bergman behind.
They'll use the small ponds to navigate around this part. It's not too tricky, so you're very, very open in these marsh sections. You need to keep good direction. But again, all of these runners, no problem. So we leave Fossa and see if we can see some of the Swedes coming through. Both in shot there. Anton Johansson and Gustav Bergman. Johansson closest to us.
It will be very hard for Breivik to maintain a gap if it's staying like this around 20 seconds.
Yeah, we've got Emil Svensk and Max Petter.
Yeah. I mean, both Max Peter Beimer and Emil Svensk with a lot of self-confidence from the competitions. That has been Erik Langedal Breivik, maybe not the happiest person after those two competitions.
No, absolutely not. Erik Langedal Breivik not finishing the long distance, turning back after early mistakes, and then 32nd in the middle distance. Emil Svensk has 2 4th places from the individual competitions, and Max Petter a 6th and a 1st. So, yes, definitely the Swedes feeling more confident there. Still behind Anton Johansson. See Gustav Bergman just ahead.
Looking a bit behind, Hoopman again not with the best route to control 13. Going quite close to the street actually. If he heads out there, he should have left control 12 straight to the north and then used the street to control 13. Now he's doing something in between.
So there you can see the changeovers. That was first to second leg, and these two Swedes in second and third just going along the edge of the open area, the edge of the marsh. They'll get to the top of the marsh. They will start climbing. Here's Foster though on our drone shots. Managed to pull ahead, and let's see how much he's been able to pull ahead. As we mentioned, Foster will hand over to Erik Langedal Breivik. Gustav Bergman will hand over to Emil Svensk, and Anton Johansson will hand over to Max Petterbemer, winner of yesterday's middle distance race. And yeah, you can see the Swedes just at the top of the previous shots. It's Max Petterbemer waiting to go. There is Erik Langedal Breivik, and we're so used to seeing, Erik Langedal Breivik was running last legs for NTNUI in the big relays, but often we've seen Kasper Fosse running the last leg. So very interesting to see him being chosen to do this second leg. As you speculated, the Norwegians may be wanting to get a gap on the rest of the field here, and Fosse has managed to do that. He caught up about 45 seconds deficit, and we'll see what he's managed to pull ahead here, because he's just stepped on the gas on this last section as well, run away from the two Swedes, and he's going to change over in the lead. Kasper Fosse to Erik Langedal Breivik, leading 2/3 of the way around this relay. There is Gustav Bergman. This is Sweden 2, and you just can sense he has got the higher speed compared to Anton Johansson, running away from his teammate on the last few controls. Handing over then Norway to Erik Langedal Breivik. Here's Gustav Bergman and Anton Johansson, the two of them fighting on this last stage, the last few meters, and their teammates waiting to begin their course. Gustav Bergman, a last power of speed, burst of speed at the end. There's Emil Svensk in the white headband to go, and now we have Sweden 1. So 23 seconds and 28 seconds is the gap behind Norway.
And as I said, this is going to be quite tough to maintain because of the fact that the visibility is so good in the beginning of the course. They're at latest after control 3. They should see him in case they don't do any mistake. So I'm talking about the two Swedish teams.
Okay, picking up Erik Langedal Breivik on the start of this race. But we do have a few other teams pre-warned. Sweden 3, Norway 2.
Switzerland is going out there. He's very close to the street. If you go out so far to the northeast, you could have gone there from the beginning. Not the best control taking. Then Joey Hardorn doing a big mistake there.
Another mistake there.
We have seen in the women's race, I think we have seen runners looking at this small hill there for the control.
Yeah, and Joey Haddon still hasn't found his control at 13. It's just stopped too short. He hasn't managed to relocate. But we've got Norway 2 and Sweden 3. Simon Hector and Isak Jonsson in front as well.
I think it was
Konton Mule's also caught up in another couple of places.
I think it was Victoria Hesta Björnstad in the women's relay that did something similar to Joey Hardorn on this control there, but she was able to relocate within a few seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. These are the teams now in 4th and 5th. Not that team, that's a Kiwi team from the first leg. But there is Norway 2 and Sweden 3. So Isak Jonsson and then Simon Hector. So exchanging in 4th and 5th. Great results, great run for Norway 2, maintaining 4th place. But now quite a big gap down to the leaders. Going to be over 3 minutes. Here we go, handing over now. The gap, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. And Sweden 3 changing over now. Simon Hector to Almin Riedefeld, 3 minutes and 19 seconds down.
We have a gap of 3 minutes from the 3 leading teams. That shouldn't be possible to close for the chasing group. I guess it's going to be a fight between Norway first team, Sweden second team, and Sweden first team for the victory and also for the top 3.
Yep, I think that 3 minute gap is just too much, but you never know what will happen in a relay. As Quentin Moulet, he's caught up from 10th to 8th to now 6th here. We'll hand over to Luca Basse. Still good performances, maybe not as good as we might have hoped considering their middle distance races. Some mistakes from Mathieu Perrin on the first leg, but still in the top 6. Very good result. Here is Estonia and Norway. So ahead, Cornelius Kristadlerfeld and Larry Sild there. This is for 7th and 8th.
Position 7 and 8 for Norway 3 and Estonia.
And we're going to hear a bit from first guy back from this second leg from Kasper Fosser.
And here with Kasper Fosser, amazing leg it seems like from here, Kasper. What was your own experience?
Yeah, I started out really fast and quite quickly saw the other Swedes ahead in the forest, and you could see so far in this forest. So and then yeah, I made a small mistake to 7, and otherwise it was pretty clean in the tricky area. It was super rocky down there, so with my fast opening, my legs were extremely tired and just like stumbling around in the rocks. So I wish I had held back a little bit in the beginning, so maybe I could have gotten bigger gap out to Eirik. But yeah, overall it was a good leg. I felt good and did my job well.
And now, as you said, Eirik is running your third leg. What's your thoughts on your chances in this relay?
The chances are good. We're testing out having Eirik on the last leg now before Wook, and he's a great last leg runner. He's shown that, for example, at Timila this spring. So I'm sure he's up for the task.
We'll see. Thank you, Kasper.
Thank you.
Yes, you're right. They were testing it out for the World Championships as well, testing out him on the last leg. But as you can see there, he's already lost his deficit of 23 seconds, and it was Emil Svensk who punched control number 3 first. And then 4 seconds later, both Breivik and Beimer completely together. So, yeah, and as you can see, they splitting up again to these next controls. See, Sweden 2 has D, but this is Beimer and Breivik here.
No problems. Basically, for any of the teams in the beginning, differences in the forkings, and as I said, it's so hard to maintain a lead of about 20 seconds when it's so physical. My guess is that we heard Max Peter Beimer in both interviews after the middle distance and the long distance, and he said he's in great shape. It will be important here for Breivik to not lose contention in the beginning. It will be a bit easier then to follow in the technical part, because then Max Peter Beimer, you can't run at 100% when you need to navigate as well. It will be a bit easier then. Here we have the camera operator as well in the picture down to the left.
But they're splitting up here. This is what we can see. This is Max Peter Beimer behind him, as he goes to the E control. All the runners all got different controls here. So Sweden got D, no problem. Norway now just has to be careful to get the F control. Remember, the feature was so small that it was the actual control was on. I think you can see him there in the distance. But further back in the relay, these are the chasers. And they've lost a bit more time already, as we see Norway 2 and Sweden 3. So Riedenfeldt and Via both together still. They were 9 seconds apart at the changeover. Then we had a bit of a gap back to France. Here's France and Luca Basset, who is actually running about the same speed as the leaders, so caught a little bit of time on 4th and 5th. So he was 4:04 behind at the exchange, now 4:05.
But then we have to say that Langedal Breivik lost about 25 seconds compared to the Swedish teams as well. So he's not, he's losing a bit compared to Sweden. So he's losing a bit compared to the top 3. And talking about the top 3, you can see that they are, basically together now. There's a small gap down to Erik Langedal Breivik. You can see that they all have different options here at control 5 and then at control 6 as well. This is going to be interesting. Usually it's a good thing for the runner in the lead because he can decide kind of directions. The other ones, they have to be careful in order not to follow too long. In this case here, biggest risk for Langedal Breivik because he has to go a bit further south and he should leave the others soon. It looks good. Looks as if he would have control over that. Maybe following a bit long. Now he has to be very, very careful. Here's Gibbons into 9th. 5:47. He started 5:48 behind, but also he lost a bit compared to the top 3, or at least compared to 2nd and 3rd. But he was a second quicker than Langedal Breivik. This is the recap on this on the second forking. Especially interesting then later on to the next control because, well, it was a bit as we expected or as it looked like in the beginning. Langedal Breivik followed the others a bit too long. You will see it here. We have Sweden 2 and Sweden E going to E and D. They are separating perfectly here just in time, but Langedal Breivik followed all the way to the D control, then had to go back. And now he's about a minute behind, not really 50 seconds maybe.
Yeah, that's so hard to come back from that. I mean, that's quite a lot of time lost. He really needed to be up amongst them. He has to rely on the others making mistakes, I think.
Yeah, and I mean now it looks very good for Swedish second team. That's a bit the chance for Breivik now because they are a little bit separating as well in the lead, so they can't kind of make speed, build up speed together at the moment. So maybe he's the chance to get a bit closer again. But of course, it looks very difficult, the task now for Erik Langedal Breivik.
So that was Thomas Krivda through the 3rd control, and I think we're behind Norway 2. Sigurd Pálsson Via through this flat, this incredibly runnable section. Lots of the athletes commenting already on how visible it is, how much you can see. If we look behind, there's Albin Riedefeldt for Sweden 3. You can see them on the tracking heading to the 5th control. They do have different controls though. Obviously, it's the F control where Norway made the mistake. Okay, jumping ahead to the 7th control. This is Emil Svensk for Sweden second team. No problems there at all. Had the
Actually,
D controls.
there were no problems either for Max Peter Beimer, but it was a bit the longer option he had. We remember furthest way in the green section. So now around 25 seconds between the two teams here.
Yeah, that's the difference in the forking there. No difference really in the running speed. Both very good control throws straight through the control in. Yeah, just in control, making good plans ahead. No problems at all for these two. And they'll have known that they'll have lost Langedal Breivik as well, who we should be seeing through very, very shortly. They'll know, they'll have seen everybody split up. They'll see all the advertising here. They'll know it's a common control as well. That gives it away very clearly. Here's Norway, and more than a minute
Big gap
lost then.
now. Yeah, that's going to be tough to close again. He's really depending on a mistake from the top teams. A minute to close just physically. Compared to these two guys, that's difficult
this is what
to
happens.
do. It's a bit, it's so unnecessary. We said it, there is a marsh just before the E control. He was basically passing that marsh. But it is, in effect, it's a result of the fact that he is the last one of the three. And the one in front kind of decides direction. The other ones followed a bit too long, or at least Erik Langedal Breivik followed a bit too long and didn't realize that he had to turn.
Here's Luca Basse, made a small mistake into control 5, just was on his way to the D control, had to go to the F control, but now back on his way towards the green section here. It's got the middle of these controls. Now you can see
here.
2 with I.
Yeah, no problems for the Swedish teams. Breivik has to go to the H control.
Feels like Emil Svensk is just pushing and pushing ahead here, maybe growing the gap. 2 of them taking different route choices in here. Maybe Beimer just playing a little bit more safe, going to the vegetation boundary.
I think it's still about this 25 seconds. I don't think that the gap has grown so much. It's a bit maybe because the runnability gets better again, that the tail is longer.
Hopefully we can see Switzerland soon on the tracking, because Matthias Kiberts is not having a fun time. He punched the D control and now is a long way off. A long way to the north. Might be able to catch that one.
There's a mistake going on as well by Emil Svensk. Doesn't really have control. You can see the Max Peter Beimer. He gets this open marsh there now. And now they get together to the control. No problems for Norway. Back at control H. And I think that Kiburts got control over the situation as well. Lost about, well, let's say a minute, 45 seconds maybe.
Yeah, so the 2 Swedes back together after that mistake from Emil Svensk. You can see where there's that hesitation west of control I. Here's Albin Riedefelt. This is at control number 7, and he's managed now to get a bit of a gap on Norway. Sigurd Paulsen Via at this is the 7th control. Got France chasing as well. Going to wait to see the Norwegian through. So 4 minutes down now. So Sweden 3 losing about 40 seconds on the course overall compared to the leaders. Not compared to Norway anyway. Sigurd Paulsen Via there into 5th. Might wait and see the next team through here. There's Luca Basset having a good run. Well, maybe losing about the same time compared to the two we've just seen through. Basset has to be careful with direction. You can hear something in the forest. Here he comes. So France still in the top 6, maintained his position.
This is the
Let's have a
replay
replay.
of the leading group. You can see again the mistake by Emil Svensk to control I. Just got a bit too, started to look for the control a bit too early. Lost this 25 seconds, and you can also see that, this one at this point, the H control is a bit closer. So now the gap down to Breivik, about a bit more than a minute, I would say 1:07, something like that. Different
So
controls then. It's
They've
the
all got
last
different
for
controls.
control. It's the last for control at control 11.
And Sweden 2, no problems, already there. Emil Svensk. Max Petter looks like he won't have any problems either.
And interesting then at control 12, if any of the top teams is going to use that possibility to go out on the street.
So we wait again at control number 7. Here's Estonia. Timo Sild. There's Matthias Kiberts in 8th and Sander Arntzen. Norway 3. Mistake into the 5th control for Switzerland. But we jump ahead to control 12. Here's Max Petter in the lead.
And maybe that he is going to take that route now. Looked like a distinct turn to the right.
See where Emil Svensk goes.
Hard to say. It's very hard to say, maybe not.
Yeah.
Hard
Hard to see them now. And 10 seconds is the gap between these two runners. So Erik Langedal Breivik very soon at control number 11. Seems to have no problems. We wait for him here. The gap was a bit more than a minute last time we looked. So seconds tick up. And we look out into the forest to see him approaching.
Well, I can tell you that both Swedish teams, they go straight to control 13.
Still waiting for the Norwegian. Gap is growing. Here's something. Here he comes. Now down to a minute and a half for Erik Langedal Breivik. And away to the next control. And in the lead looks like Max Petter is trying to make a small gap. So both go down to the stream.
Quite similar to what Hoopman did. I don't think they will go all the way to the stream. They were heading to this small track, then they will follow the Katner, the vegetation boundary there. We have to remember that this control 13 is a bit more to the north than the forking option was on the previous two legs.
Yeah,
so it is better to get a bit north of the red line here.
Yeah, they've got all common controls now. No more forkings, no more gaffles. It is just the same controls for everybody all the way till the end. They'll know that the end of the course will be common controls, but I don't know how much, of course. A little bit longer distance here for this third and final leg compared to the other two.
Here we have
Let's
Max
see if we
Peter
can pick them up.
Beimer. Yeah, and there you
Yep,
have
and
Emil
there's
Svensk
Emil
as well.
Svensk.
It's about 10 seconds, I would say, the gap. It has been like that for a while now. It's a good sign for Max Peter Beimer. He has great speed, even when he has to navigate. Interesting will be then when they head southwest from control 13 into this green area, the knoll that we have seen in the women's relay already.
Yeah, that green area wasn't as dense as either of us were expecting, but there's those
I think it
section
was
of
quite
younger
similar
trees.
to the one they had around control 6, so they should be
They kind
aware
of
of
know
that.
what to expect. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the longer you've been out on a course, the more kind of information you pick up about the terrain, what the green looks like, what the white looks like. Super open in this section as we follow Max Peter Beimer. He's punch control 10, now on his way to 11, this small dot knoll in the middle of the green, only light green. You can say it hasn't slowed down their running too much. No problems further behind for either Sweden 3, Norway or France. But zooming into the leaders, directly on the red line, going around this marsh section into the green. Straight line, full speed to the control. Behind the leader, Max Peter Beimer, the winner of yesterday's middle distance. Chasing him is Emil Svensk, who's got 2 fourth places from this World Cup. Looking out for the control very, very soon. Oh, we'll just go back to the 12th control, where we've seen Riedefeld and now Via, Sweden 3, Norway 2 through that point. We wait here for France.
I think that Max Peter Beimer might do a small mistake here to control 11. It's better for Emil Svensk. I hope that we get to see that very soon. Svensk punching the control. Max Peter Beimer not really there yet.
Let's see. This is Max
that's
Peter
a
Beimer.
replay.
I think it is a replay. You can see he's looking for this 11th
He's too
control.
far
He's not
down.
quite got
He should
it.
go to the left up the hill.
Okay, let's watch
back.
him.
Emil Svensk got the control. You can also see that they can't
Yeah,
see
he's
each other.
running
Now
out
you
of the
could
control.
see.
Yeah. So Emil Svensson knows he's ahead. He's managed to get this control.
And
I wonder if this could be the decisive part of this relay, because
we
Emil
also
Svensson now
know.
trying to desperately get away from Max Peter Beimer. This is what happened on the GPS.
Yeah.
So Max Peter
You can
Beimer
see it
in the
now
blue in the lead.
in running up here, having that knoll here just under the red line. Turned a bit early. It surprises me because he has been climbing all the way to the top. Then he should continue one more, but I think that he expected the control too early. Next control is quite a difficult one as well. We've seen few runners in the women's relay struggling on this one. So when you have a lot of pressure and you're running full speed, that could be a tricky one as well. They are splitting up on different routes there. Emil Svensk going a bit more to the left. Actually, I think that Beimer has the better option to control 12.
I think Beimer does have the better option. This is so interesting because they're now probably about the same distance away from control number 15. We're going to try and follow them as much as possible. There's Kibert and Ayanaho, 7th and 8th at control number 12. Just lost the GPS tracker of Max Peter Beimer on our GPS screens. But Oh, they're playing cat and mouse here, so we don't know exactly where Max Petter Bejme is. They had troubles at this control.
He should be there about the same time. I think it was a bit better. He avoided that climb up there, just well,
We've had the
2/3 into
punch
the leg.
of Emil Svensk at this control.
But we also had the
No
punch
punch
of
from
Max Peter Bejme. Yes,
2
1.9
seconds behind. Whoa, 1.9. Super close here, and both teams there waiting at the finish. This is the second team on the right here with Gustav Bergman, and the first team on the left. 1.9 seconds is the gap. Here they
we have
are,
them.
both of them together. Oh, side by side here on the final stretch of
Actually,
this course.
it's quite interesting because we have seen Emil Svensk many times on the last leg. We know what he can do on the last meters, but you haven't seen Max Peter Bejme that often in that situation.
And Max Petter Bejme
When he was
takes the
running
lead here. Yeah.
often when he was running for IFK Göteborg in the big relays, then it was of course Kasper Fosser. Now when he's running for Malung, they haven't really been in the fight this year for the first place. So this is interesting, but he does a perfect job here. And you can really see that he has the
Bejme getting a few meters now. He has got the speed. He's trying to push away from Emil Svensk. The two of them taking slightly different routes, though. Oh, nervousness there. You can see on the body language of both Victor Svensk and Anton Johansson as we get the drone shot here. We're really close to this last control, and this is Max Petter Bejme who has got the legs. So despite that miss at control number 11, he will just about have done enough. Emil Svensk here in the white headbands is not able to keep up with Max Petter Bejme, and you can see there the race has been won already. Emil Svensk does not have the legs to chase him, and Max Petter Bejme is going to come here into the finish to take the win here for the Swedish first team. Victor Svensk, Anton Johansson, and Max Petter Bejme, the three of them there. What a fight out between these top two Swedish teams. It's so close between them. Max Petter Bejme crosses the line, takes the win. He has given it everything on those last stages. Emil Svensk disappointed into second. I thought he was going to take it after that small mistake from Max Petter Bejme at control number 11.
He had
but
the chance. He was in contention. He had the chance to 12, but then it felt like he wasn't really prepared to be in that situation and didn't take the easy way to control 12. Then they were together at 12, and it seems that Max Peter Bejme, I hope for him that he can kind of maintain that shape he is in for another 2 weeks, because then he will be very, very hot for the World Championships.
Yeah, he's going to be in great position if he can keep that fitness straight right up there. You can see the whole team being signing autographs, taking selfies. This is how the last leg panned out then. We didn't see all of the GPS tracking from this last control, but it was Emil Svensk 2 seconds ahead of Max Petter Bejme. They ran side by side, but Max Petter Bejme just pulling ahead there. And in the end, a gap of about 12 seconds. Let's take Norway into the third spot. And really, Norway his run was over at control. Was it number 5 where he went to the wrong forking? Yeah, he went to the D control, had the F control. He was caught up basically right at the start, though, by these two very fast running Swedes. And in the end, it will be a 2-minute gap. And I wonder if the Norwegian team will say, well, we tried this out for World Championships, having Kasper Fosser on the second leg, Erik Langedal Breivik on the third leg. It'll be interesting to see how their World Champs team lines up in the end, because some troubles there. And troubles really for Erik Langedal Breivik on all of the races here in Sweden, when he really became one of the best forest orienteers, especially in the middle distance last year in the European Champs, in the World Cup as well, but a bit more frustrating for him today. In the end, 2 minutes down on that leg, but still a third place for that Norwegian team. The team of Lucas Liland, Kasper Fosse, who managed to get into a lead, and then Erik Langedal Breivik on the third and final leg. So we have our top 3 teams, not got a top 3 nations yet. It's going to be a while before we have our top 3 nations, because we've got another Swedish and another Norwegian team heading towards the finish. We've also got France and then Finland and Switzerland on their way into the finish. Some discussion straight away, of course, about the courses. I wonder if he looks, I think it looks like he's talking about number 5, probably. Looks like the right part of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, you were speculating before if they're gonna change or what they should think about this kind of test they did today. I would be very surprised if we wouldn't see Kasper Fosse back on the last leg at the World Championships. I mean, Langedal Breivik with the run today, he would still have done an okay job on the second leg. They would still be in the fight for the victory with a run like that. But of course, if you do that on the last leg, you have no chance to come back. So I think I would be very surprised if they wouldn't change back and have Kasper Fosse on the last leg at the World Championships.
So following now behind Albin Rüdefelt, this is Sweden third team. So 3 Swedish teams in the top 4 is a bit mind-blowing, but I mean, their results have been so good from the individuals. Maybe no surprise. Let's have a replay then up to this point. Sweden, Norway, France, all battling it out. Ooh, interesting routes then into 15. So Norway and France come a lot closer together. They will be fighting out for the 5th place. This is 4th place though. This is Sweden 3. This is Albin Rüdefelt. Sweden 3 after leg 2 in 5th spot. So he's pulled up a place, overtaken Norway 2. And Sigurd Poulsen Via, as we take him through to this last control. The gap will be over 5 minutes at the finish line. And then we will have a fight out for 5th and 6th behind him. Yet another Swedish shirt coming into the finish. 3 Swedish teams in the top 4. To lots of applause from the home crowd. Lots of support here, but close behind him. There might be a sprint finish on for 5th and 6th. Just looking it down the run-in to see if we can see them. Hey, great work then for the Swedish third team. Simon Immark, Simon Hector and Albin Rüdefelt. And this is Luca Basset here for France, running with Mathieu Perrin and Quentin Moulet. They're going to be the 3rd best nation here. Great work for them. And in fact, that's why the team will run up together. They are the 3rd best nation. And great boost for them ahead of the World Championships. I mean, that's fantastic sight for the French team.
A very interesting team for the World Championships. Then we don't have 2nd and 3rd teams for the different nations. Means also that if one runner in the first team, for Sweden for example, is doing a mistake, there is no 2nd team to save that one up. So then France, of course, has a good chance.
Yeah, and the French team, you know, historically great pedigree in relays. When you think about, you know, Thierry Joju running, and we had Frédéric Tranchon in the team as well, alongside Luca Basset. You've now got this, you have now this new generation, I guess, hoping to replicate what the former stars did in the French team. So some good relay pedigree in French orienteering. Here's Matthias Kiberts from Switzerland. The Swiss teams, they've had a lot of problems out in the forest today from all sorts of different runners. But Matthias Kiberts now, he is in fact just ahead of Finland, just ahead of Estonia. Coming here, you can see Ole Janaho in the background there alongside our running camera. And he is going to come in for 7th place. There is Janaho, and we should have Estonia and Timo Sild shortly behind. So Matthias Giberts more than 7 minutes behind the leaders, the winners of Sweden. There is Timo Sild, chopped off the pace on the last few controls. Having some fun there. There's the Swiss cowbells cheering the team in. And 7th in the end for Switzerland. Not what they'll have wanted. Neither maybe too for Finland, although of course their best runners are at home preparing for those World Championships. Here's Estonia, definitely punching above their weight, Estonia.
I mean,
They should be a
they
really good
have
team
a really good
performance.
team. Jörgen Jonas is a good first leg runner, and then you have the brother Silt. That's a very solid team, especially when you get into technical terrain. I could imagine them to be in a top 6 at the World Championships as well.
Well, we will see with that. We've got a few more teams heading in on their way to control 12 at the moment. Denmark, Czechia, and Switzerland. This is Norway's 3rd team, Sander Arntzen. Great depth in Norway as well. All 3 teams in the top 10.
10th position, 9 minutes and 2 seconds behind. Waiting for Denmark, Jakob Steinthal, and also Czechia, Thomas Krida. Both had punched the pre-warning.
And both of us were quite excited about this relay when we saw the maps, when we saw how many forkings there were. Did it live up to your expectations?
Yes, it did. I expected it to be a bit more dense in the very beginning. Now, as it was like this, it was kind of transportation halfway into the relay, and then it got really exciting at the second part. But I think that's okay. You kind of put the runners into a situation where they have to go maybe a bit quicker than many of the runners would like to, and then it's going to be even more difficult to navigate in the tricky parts. Looking at the results, I mean, seen over the whole weekend, we had very good feedback for the Swedish team. We had very good feedback for Norwegian team today as well in the relay. The Swiss men, they really have to do some work the coming weeks, the coming next 2 weeks. There's no one really sticking out. Kibbutz had a lot of struggles with direction in basically all 3 of the races. Who the Hoopman brothers, well, it was okay, but it didn't. I mean, they were not really close to get into a top 3 position either. Joey Hardorn was not really showing that you have to select him for a World Championships. Then, of course, if you do, he could always. I mean, you never know what he gets. Sometimes he's really good, especially when he hits his running shape. And well, it's going to be a tricky one. Maybe the terrain will suit them a bit better in Finland compared to this one. This is very special when you come from Switzerland, this kind of terrain. But still, they have to do a bit of work the coming 2 weeks. That's for sure.
And can you put in enough work that's going to make a difference in just 2 and
Yeah,
a
but the
bit
thing is,
weeks?
I think that well, no one of the top runners has been preparing especially for this kind of terrain here. It's too close to the World Championships. The World Championships are so much more important than the World Cup. So you kind of take it as you go on your preparations for the World Championships. And this is so Swedish terrain. So it's quite natural that you have the Swedish runners that perform good if you don't prepare, especially for this one. It's very natural that the Norwegian runners can do good in this kind of terrain as well. It's probably a bit more difficult for runners from the continent to just shake good performance out of your body in this kind of terrain, but still, well, it doesn't boost your self-confidence really, but shouldn't, yeah, you try to not take it too serious. You try to convince yourself that's not anything that you prepared for, which is true, but still it sits there. It's kind of, you have it in your brain, and Yeah.
So what
Yeah.
will they do? What will they do when over these next 2 weeks? Will pretty much all of them be going straight back to Finland?
I actually don't really know about the traveling plans from the national teams, but they will for sure be there about a week before, prepare again. Uh, yeah, and then just continue where you started your preparations. I mean, all the runners that haven't come to Sweden, for example, Janis Bonek or the Finnish team, they don't have to kind of work with the results from this weekend here. For example, for Max Peter Beimer, it was very good to have this. For others, as I mentioned before, for Kibbutz, it's well, he will try to forget about it and focus on the task in Finland. But the runners that didn't show up here, they of course they don't have to work with any results from here, with any experiences. They can just continue with their preparation and convince themselves that everything is going as it should. And then, well, it might be the case or it might not be. But working with a bit of bad experiences 2 weeks before World Championships, yeah, it's not the easiest thing.
No, well, I guess they're going to want to go back to, either go back to where they live or go to Finland, do some trainings, there maybe do something that a type of training that they know they're good at, that just to kind of have a good experiences, have
Yeah.
some good memories they can think about. Remember, they'll reflect and think about all the good races they've had, maybe their good trainings in Finland, to try and give them that boost and focus on what went well rather than what went badly, which is quite hard for orienteers to do when we're always obsessing about the mistakes made and the time lost rather than all the controls that have gone really well.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, it's still, this is a competition. This is a competition. You were compared to the other world-class runners. Everything you do from now is like a bit of tapering, and it's training. It's not the toughest training. You don't do that many tough sessions, not against the other nations either. So everything you do now is, yeah, it's not as heavy as the experience you get from this weekend here. So either you think you're in really good shape, or then you get you get to convince yourself that it's still 2 weeks and try to think that the others might have been in shape a bit too early.
Yes. Oh, so many mind games. Orienteering is such a psychological sport. We have got Timo Tantanini from Switzerland 3 coming in here now, and it's Jonas Ecker who is just behind in the other Swiss jersey. Again, Swiss team making some mistakes out there, this second team. And in the end, 13th and 14th. Of course, I mean, we still have a couple of teams yet, so a couple of nations still to decide their teams for the World Championships. Those should come out very soon, right?
Yeah, I guess that they will show up today or tomorrow. I can see that Jonas Ecker is not happy at all with his performance. Yeah, I mean the teams, they should come up very soon. I mean, it's not that they couldn't start to prepare any selections beforehand. They have an idea how the teams could look like. Then you have the last competitions here. Maybe if you have two runners that are on the edge, you get the final decision in the weekend here. But basically, most of the team have had 85% of the team ready before this weekend. So it's not going to they don't it's not that they have a totally different team now compared to 4 or 5 days ago. So I guess that the teams would be ready this evening or then tomorrow.
Yep, so 13th, 14th teams in. We've got New Zealand and Great Britain next on their way to the finish, looking at the GPS tracking. But a gorgeous wilderness part of the world, part of Sweden here. Really tricky and tough terrain for those who've done well, I think, because when the terrain is so tricky, it's even more satisfying because you know you've put in the work and you know you've done that great orienteering. Okay, let's have a recap then of how the last leg unfolded. Norway out the start with a different forking there, small hesitation there to control number 2, small mistake, and it caught up straight away.
Yeah, I mean, he had an advantage of about 25 seconds. I said it's very hard to maintain that when you have such an open forest. So they were together at first TV controlled, and this, the decisive part of first of the decisive moments, when we lost Norway out of the fight for the first position. He followed the others for too long to the 5th control. Then here it looked like Emil Svensk actually could open a gap, or he opened a gap, but then did a mistake to control 9, and they both had the eye control and got together. From here, 10-11 was then the last forking. They had different controls here, J and L. And from this point here, it was mostly Max Peter Beimer putting the speed. It was very obvious that he had good legs because Emil Svensk was not able to close that gap of like 15-20 seconds, even though he always could see the back of Max Peter Beimer. Then 13-14 looked like Beimer could get away, then did a mistake here to control 14. We could actually see that on the camera. Gave an advantage to Emil Svensk, but he seemed not 100% prepared because he climbed up this hill here unnecessarily, and that cost him about 10 seconds, opened up again for Max Peter Beimer, and well, he said it himself, the last days he's in great shape, he has good legs, and he could prove that between 15 and 16, giving him another World Cup victory, second one this weekend. And then behind we have Norway, Eirik Langedal Breivik. He did actually a good performance from his mistake at control 5 to the finish. But of course, if the others in front don't do any mistake, then it's very, very hard to close the gap again. We had France as the third nation, and here we have Team Sweden.
The Swedish winning team. We'll start with you. Congratulations, all of you, of course. Victor Svensk, part of the first leg here, very intense, 60 teams. You ran alongside Martin Rekborn, actually same time into the exchange. What was the first leg like?
It was a really fast beginning with a lot of runners that running really, really fast in the first part. But then it was in the more technical part. I saw that some runners did some mistakes, so I just tried to focus on my own and my own orienteering.
And you did quite well and could send Anton out on the second leg with this shared lead. You were part of this leg where Kasper Fosser came from behind and went past you and Gustav Bergman. What was that like?
Just focusing on doing my own orienteering and picking one control at a time, and tried not to focus so much at what Kasper and Gustav were doing, but just trying to go with them when we had the same controls or directions. So, yeah.
And when there's this Norwegian jersey just flying past you, what do you think? How do you keep focus?
Yeah, it's tough to. When Kasper's running fast, it's tough to keep up. But yeah, as I said before, it's just doing my own orienteering in that more difficult green areas, and yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with my performance.
And let's hand over the mic to Max Peter Beimer. Max Peter, you had this also very intense leg, and with this head-to-head finish with Emil Svensk from the other Swedish team. What was it like on that last kilometer, going just beside him?
Yeah, if there's one guy I don't want to have a head-to-head finish with, it's Emil for sure. Especially on this fast finish, but luckily I had the legs of a lifetime, so I managed to push and got a couple of meters, and it felt really good.
And did you sense that on your way, that you probably had the best legs today, that they were like diamonds?
Yeah, I was feeling really good the whole week, but then I did a small mistake, so Emil had some meters and I really had to push to the second last control, and that's not optimal if you're like charging up for a sprint finish. So I didn't know if how it would go, but then to the last I just went for it, and yeah.
And there's one thing, a theme for these World Cup is that the World Championships are just a few weeks away. The Swedish team still has to select a lot of runners. Does that mean anything while you're running out there? Do you think about that? If I do a good result, I might go to Finland?
During the relay, no, but during the other races, for sure, I think I could at least feel another pressure about the selection race.
Okay. Thank you guys, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear from the whole team. Those selections will be coming out very, very soon. And it was that fast sprint finish in the end that meant the Swedish first team could beat the second team overall. As you can see there, we've had more than 20 teams now into the finish. 21 teams even to put their mark on this relay. And again, get that feedback ahead of the World Championships. It's been a really enjoyable to watch, I think, set of races from the really long and grueling long distance. We had all those, the long legs, the route choices, not knowing exactly which one would be quicker. The middle distance yesterday with so many mistakes, just completely meaning putting runners out of contention for the races. And then this relay as well, where again, lots of mistakes, lots of changes. It's been a really, as a fan of orienteering, as a fan of sometimes the drama of orienteering, Jonas, it's been a really fun one to watch and to commentate on as well.
Yeah, that's been very interesting because it's so technical, and well, I'm always a fan of competitions where the course planners dare to go into areas where visibility is low, because everyone knows that the world-class orienteers, they can navigate with good visibility. It's when you take that away from them that the problems show up.
Yeah, absolutely. And they showed up in spades as well. But we will have the final flower ceremony for this Orienteering World Cup in Sweden, in Idre Fjäll, and we will award the flowers to the top 3 nations. As you can see, that's why we have the French team there, because it's only the top team per nation that actually counts in the kind of the points for the Orienteering World Cup. So they will be awarded their flowers. And France, I don't know what they've been eating for breakfast, but they've had a really good series of performances across this whole competition, and rewarded here with a 3rd place. Mathieu Perrin, Quentin Millet and Luca Basset. It is 2nd place for the Norwegians today. Lucas Leland, Kasper Fosse and Erik Langedal Breivik on that 3rd leg. Of course, leading partway round the relay. And even though we had 3 Swedish teams in the top 4, we will celebrate here the best of them. It was the first team in the end, Victor Svensk, Anton Johansson and Max Petterbeimer, fighting for so long with the Swedish 2nd team. On home soil, of course, they do have an advantage, but they've got the biggest smiles. They'll have the biggest confidence boost ahead of the World Championships in Finland. Rewarded with being at the top of the podium today. I wonder whether they'll be able to do a better throw of the flowers than Gustav Bowman yesterday, who threw them 180 degrees wrong way. But there you have them. They are the top 3 teams, top 3 nations indeed: Sweden, Norway and France, to round off this World Cup. So some recovery now for all of these teams, going home maybe for a very short period of time, or even straight to Finland for the World Championships, because it is just over 2 weeks before that competition starts. And especially for the Forest Specialist Orienteers, that has been where their focus has been. It's been a fantastic set of races from this first round of the World Cup. very, very intense, very technical orienteering in Sweden, in Idre Fjäll. We'll leave you from some of the pictures from the forest, but as we said, only just over 2 weeks until we're back again, ready for the World Championships. We'll be in Finland to bring you those competitions live here on IOF Orienteering on the live stream. So have a good rest up yourselves until then, and we'll be back in Finland very soon.
See you then.